Good. Okay.
Oh, make sure you let me know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Yes. And you're on.
We're on.
Good evening, everybody. Blessings. Cheers.
Okay, hopefully they can hear me out there.
Oh, yep. We just went live.
Hey, Alex. Yeah.
Make it
Yay.
twice.
Yay.
Jason. Blessings. We're live.
There's JB.
Yeah.
What's up, JB?
Oh, he's always the first. Hey,
Oh, yeah.
JB.
He's awesome.
Yeah. Someplace. Yep.
Hey, JB. Blessings.
Let's see. Chalino. I haven't seen him for a while.
Dave
Playing
Hinkle.
squashes.
How you doing?
Chalino.
What? I see now
Hey,
Kimba put
Dave.
Alex, you're beautiful. Don't worry. I didn't see nothing. Okay.
Okay. Hi, Dave Hinkles. I hope you're doing good. Not. It's been a long time. I haven't seen these people. They're gonna show up.
This Friday
Mm,
Eve.
yeah. It's Thursday.
Yes.
I don't
Tuesday.
work
Or
tomorrow. I didn't work
oh, you
today.
don't work tomorrow. That's
I
good.
didn't work
That's good.
today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday,
Damn, a long
Monday.
weekend.
Yeah,
Damn, that's a
it's
very
good.
long
I
weekend.
needed
That's
it.
good.
It's like a
Yes,
vacation.
you need a vacation because balance is key. You can work yourself to death. Not good.
Oh,
You hear that?
yeah.
Did you hear that?
I yes, I heard Jason. Yes, I heard.
They have a word for that in Japan.
What's that?
Japan, that they work themselves to death. I don't know the word, but people there do that a lot.
I'm doing good, Dave. Yeah. Well, Alex, I'm glad you're here on the panel. Hopefully, everything interesting comes out of our chat here, our live stream. So, what do you guys want to start with? Jason, Alex.
I'm
Um,
down for whatever.
Let's whatever. We can take it from
yeah.
there. We'll just take it from there.
Whatever. Okay, we're gonna be talking about snacks.
Yeah,
Well,
we're gonna talk
Is that
about
good?
chocolate snack. Okay, and
I'm
let's
actually out
start
of
with
snacks, so let's do something
yeah,
else.
yeah. Let's start with the land
oh,
of Topi or what, Alex? You hit the subject first, and then we'll follow along.
the Hopi land. Yeah.
Okay.
This now you because er is well, yeah. The Hopi had a lot of prophecy to start with. What I understand, all of them came true except one. Most prophecy came true except one, the last one.
Right.
Right.
Uh, the one they're talking about the rainbow, the warriors of the rainbow, the children
That's actually
from
that's actually a Cree prophecy. The last Hopi sign was you will hear of a dwelling place in the heavens above the earth that shall fall with a great crash. It will appear as a blue star. That was the last sign. A lot of people have interpreted that as a space station coming down, and I think that's scheduled to come down 2033, 2035, somewhere in that neighborhood.
what the ISS.
Yeah, the International Space Station.
Oh, okay. Here's the thing. Now you mentioned that. Um, this this like Rex from Leak Project, he have seen it with his telescope. If you know the coordinates of the ISS, but there's a lot of people that don't think the ISS
Mhm.
exists. This is in a green screen room. Now, to your
Mhm.
knowledge, your information, do you think is really in space or is in a yeah, green screen
Well,
room?
it really doesn't matter as far as the prophecy goes, because the prophecy says that you will hear about it. So whether it's
Oh,
real or it's not real is really a moot point as far as the prophecy itself goes.
Yeah, the blue kachina.
oh, okay. And you will start to hear something. Have you guys encountered that there's people hearing sounds, strange strong sounds around the world? It's happening also in the US. People are recording like a big sound,
It,
like not
yeah,
normal
they
sound.
describe them
Yeah.
as trumpets sometimes loud booms. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
Yeah,
like
that's all over
trumpet.
the place. All over the place, and people can't pinpoint what exactly is causing it. Although there's a lot of speculation about geological source for those sounds.
Mm-hmm.
Would you think is Earth is from is natural or is man-made?
I would say it's natural,
It's natural.
but then my idea of natural is probably different than most people's, because I don't believe that this world is what they tell us it is.
Yeah, it's
You know
very true.
the mainstream atheist um, models.
Oh yes, yes,
Yeah, a
yes.
lot of.
To start with a yeah, what I understand, the Earth is fully different. That's not what we get at school as a center. Well, here's the thing. I don't know how people gonna put this in their mind with the physics, but what I understand is sun in Earth,
Mm-hmm.
and there's inner civilization. Now, if it comes to go back to the Mayan, not the Mayan, I mean the Hopis, when they
Mm-hmm.
say that when the was a catastrophe was reaching Earth, that the ant being came out from the underground and showed them how to build like a structure on the ground, guide them, teach them,
Uh-huh.
so they survived the cataclysm, and then they went on the
Mm.
ground back again. So could them be also part of the inner Earth civilization that's still active to today? What's your thoughts on that?
It's almost like saying, if let me put it in my way. It's almost saying like the ants are in the middle, right? And they're so in the middle of Earth because they could go down and stay there. Just like if you see them right now outside your house, when it's cool in the morning, they come up, right? But when it gets hot, it goes way down into the dirt. So you could say it might be one there. You don't know. That's how the Hopis end up going. The little ants were taking care of them.
Yes, they call them the ant people. They were very
Right.
intelligent.
Yeah, one interesting thing about that is in the Hopi language, ant is Anun, and they called them the ant friends. And the Hopi word for friends is Naki,
Yeah.
which is very interesting because when you put them together, that's Anun Naki,
Okay, sorry, which word you said is Anun?
ant,
Oh,
Yeah.
ant means Anun.
ant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And Naki is their word for friends.
Mhm.
So you get the same.
Oh,
Yeah, you get the same. What do you the same syllables as the Sumerian Anunnaki.
in other texts they say that the Anunnaki means like those who came from heaven, those
Uh-huh.
that came from the sky.
Yeah.
Right.
Which they do that.
Those
Yeah.
who from heaven came.
Interesting. I know the
It is.
The Hopi name is shortened. I think the full name is Hupenit two I'm butchering it. Let me check it out. But what I know what it means is the peaceful people. That's a shortened word for it.
Mhm.
It means the peaceful people. The Hopi is meaning the Hopi way is the peaceful way, compassionate way, working together
Exactly.
way.
Exactly. That's who they are. They're very, very awesome people. Um, they give so much respect to others, except people don't give respect to them. But yeah, they're awesome people.
Yes. Seems like they have connection with the star people there.
Mhm.
They had I don't know here's which one they had connection with because the Hopi doesn't have like pyramids, right? They didn't build no pyramid, but they move around a lot. What they understand, they build small huts, but they when a place when they reach that they know they're gonna be there, they start building like structure like from stones,
Mhm.
like small village. It was good intact. But yeah, which group of ETs they were guided by? I know the ant people are one, but which other one? Because they talk about also like
They
the
talk
blue people.
as yeah, they talk about a like a flying saucer, I'm gonna say an object that when the time comes to the end of time for the next world, they will be lifted up with them. They will come for them because they're not gonna be here when disaster happens. They will be picked up first and out to the
Oh yeah,
next world.
exactly. And what does the Hopi says? This is gonna be the fifth, right? The fifth world or
Exactly.
something.
Yep. Exactly.
And the Hopi did already disappear in the past, right?
Exactly.
Because they left their things behind. What I
Mhm.
understand, they disappeared around 11,300 BC. And
Uh-huh.
what I understand, they disappeared. That they just found it. It's the same with Machu Picchu in Peru. You guys know about Machu Picchu?
That
Oh
sounds
yeah.
familiar. Yeah. I think we researched a little bit, I think, on it.
Yeah, it's
Wonderful.
a very famous place. It's the
Mhm.
Earth second chakra it's right in the middle.
Right there.
You have Machu Picchu and you have Lake Titicaca, and
One of
the
that's
Earth
by the Nazca lines, Alex.
exactly. You're right.
Right.
Nazca
That's
Lines is
right.
right
That's
in
why I
the
knew
area.
that name. Mhm. I
Yeah,
knew that
Nazca,
name sounded familiar, so yeah.
and coincidentally, they found more Nazca lines. They just uncovered like bigger, like a bird design, but bigger. So, who designed it? It must have been somebody with an aerial view, right, to
Mhm.
design all the patterns. But coming back to the Machu Picchu, those people also disappear
There. Mhm.
long time. Like they build it and then like they reach a level and they went to the next one.
Yeah.
Um, that, yeah, go ahead.
That's why the Hopi said they're leaving soon too. They already know the prophecy is going to come to pass very soon. They're ready, when that
Yes,
time comes.
yeah,
Mm.
that's what I understand. Um, yeah, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think this year there's a lot of tribes are going to be doing ceremony this year for the energy, like in 1986.
Mhm.
Oh,
Uh,
I see. Sorry, Harden James, Casey Dons, Genevieve, and Nicholas. Blessing everybody.
Hi everyone. I was typing constantly, but um, yeah, it's very interesting about what's going to happen. And the prophecy of all the Hopis so far has come to pass. This is the biggest one that they already predicted. Not just going to this generation, right? It goes way back to generations of theirs. And they had taught them, and they already know, like in this modern time, that this was going to happen. the teachers, their grandparents, and you know what I mean, their bloodline, they have been teaching what was going to happen in times. And that's why the Hopis right now at this moment are already ready for the end times. They know it's coming. A lot of us do know. You know, Alex.
Oh yeah, I got the information. It all correlates because there's different tribes around the world are talking about this time. Some say the cosmic electricity is gonna come and change everything, but that's what they can describe like a electricity. So some type of
Yeah,
electricity, like yeah. Genevieve, we are the Rainbow Bridge.
that's right. We all are. If
Yes.
it's just something that Jason and I always talked about the Hopi, but it goes deeper with them. Like I was telling Jason way back, since we've been doing this about the Hopi and everything that's been coming into place to one thing. And the Hopis are the ones that are protecting the canyon because they call her grandmother. And in the Grand Canyon, they can't get in without their permission. So that tells you right there, it's really important for them for no one to go down there. How is it? It's just there's a word for it, like they're protecting it for some reason with grandmother.
The city they found underneath the Grand Canyon.
So that you can't enter into the Grand Canyon way down. You have to
Yeah,
get permission.
you used to could, but the Smithsonian took over that site, and now nobody gets in. I think they have armed guards.
Yeah, they have helicopter planes 24/7. But so that tells you something they're hiding quotation of what's in Grand Canyon. The Hopis know.
Oh, what do you think it is in? What did you guys, ladies, speculate is in the Grand Canyon?
The original reports were a giant city.
Mhm.
Um, but there wasn't much description of the city itself. It could have been caves. Well, it was probably obviously caves, but whether it was a large cavern that was dug out and buildings were built there, or if the whole city was just a collection of caves, I don't know. But there have been uh, they've found large city structures underground in other places that were mostly cave systems with different rooms for different things. And
That's
you can
true.
find these on YouTube. Uh, they the ones in the other places, there's cameras down there, and they
Yeah,
actually get footage of the caves.
yeah. I think that's why they're protecting because I really still believe that the artifacts are still there, some of them. But there's some that they took when they first discovered it, this man, and he reported it, and after that, it's been guarded since then, and they're still guarding it for no one to enter. So,
Yes, what I understand is what they uncovered there is an underground city with a lot of hieroglyphs, Egyptian
mhm,
hieroglyphs there,
exactly.
and that place can house about 50,000 people, and they found also pyramid there.
Hmm.
And the question is, who built it, and what's is there anything more else there in the Grand Canyon that they're not
Well,
telling us?
gosh. All right. Another thing, a part of that Grand Canyon and that area, there's a place that's called the Garden of Eden, and it's a beautiful place. So it's right by the Hopis. It's not far from the Hopis. So if the Garden of Eden is right there, now you know why the reason the Hopis is protecting that area because it's the beginning where they came to be there to protect the land. That's why they're there. But there is a place that's called Garden of Eden, and it's not far from the Hopi reservation.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So they have their own Garden of Eden there.
Exactly. But what I'm seeing, or what I know, is that well, that place where it says Garden Eden is where it began, so called in the Bible, right? Um, that's where it began, and that's why it's being green still. I mean, really beautiful and green, but they're protected by the Hopis that nobody will, enter. They're protecting it, in other words.
Hmm.
Well, they
Okay. Yeah,
let's just set
I'll
this
go
up a
back a
little
little.
bit. Let's just set this up a little bit, because Katz is kind of touching on a different subject.
Oh, okay, go for it.
Um,
Bro.
they say that Göbekli Tepe. Are you familiar with that? It's in Turkey.
I've
Is
heard
the old
about it.
Yeah, they say it's the oldest civilization on Earth, and they speculate that it goes as far back as like 10 to 12,000 years.
Mm.
Um, and then when we start looking at some of these sites, like around Lima, Peru, um, you come across Corral or Corral Supe, and it's an estimated 5,000 years old. But then you start digging further, and you find there's actually a hunting site. They found it while building a highway in Southern California. Um, what's the name of that? The Karuti Mastodon site. Um, and there's evidence of people. There's tools like spears. Um, there's a bunch of mammoth bones. So it, it's a it's a hunting site, with artifacts that support um, human existence there, or some kind of being's existence there that used tools hunting, and it's 130,000 years old. And then you go. You ever heard of Huayatlaco?
Where is that? Where does that lies?
Huayatlaco is just south of Puebla, Mexico.
Hmm. Okay.
It was found like in the 1960s, and when after they carbon dated the place, they went into the walls of the place, and they found that they used a plant fiber as part of, to help the mud structure, and they carbon dated that plant fiber, and they came up with an estimate of 250,000 years,
Mhm. It's,
which is
yeah.
way older than Göbekli Tepe. So there's a lot of evidence that show that the Americas were populated long before Africa, the Middle East, or any place else. But
Yeah,
I
that's a big possibility. But I know that they found like a big giant city in Africa, by Michael Tellinger, I think, that it dates back about 100,000 years. That's not really known in the mainstream world.
Not
And you
yeah,
yet.
have
they don't
in
like to talk about it.
no, they found, yes, a big one, stone structure in Africa. But there's not another one in the south of Japan, wait, southeast of Japan. Um, right beneath the coast is called Unigani. Unigani. If you search of Unigani, um, underwater structure, you will see big structure like 90 degrees angle. They say is nature is not. Um, and if you go by the flood, there's a lot of civilization that talks about this flood. It's not only in the Bible. Um, if you go back like before the flood, so that was
Mhm.
before 12 or 15,000 years ago, the sea level were, I think, 100 feet lower than where it was now. And people love to make houses near the beach. the coast. So if the water rises, that's the first thing that is going to go down. So with that, it shows that there was a highly civilization living prior, maybe simultaneously with the Egyptian, but it seems like they were very highly advanced. But they went down when the flood happened, and there's a lot of structure like that around the world, but they're underwater. I know
Mm-hmm.
in the pyramid, in the Bermuda Triangle, they found a pyramid through sonar made out of crystal, completely crystal. It's the biggest pyramid that they ever found, and it's in the Bermuda Triangle, completely made of crystal. Now, when that's gonna come to the news, mainstream news, I don't know. But they found a lot of pyramids around the world. That I do know. Well, they are balancing energy. What seems like pyramid, it has more than one function. Not do one thing. They can produce energy. What I understand, they like balancing the earth too, where they put, and they're also all on the ley line. So with the energy of the earth.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
interesting. I know in Alaska they also found like a pyramid there. They call it the Black Pyramid in
Black.
Alaska. Black
Why would it?
Pyramid.
But why would they call it black?
Uh, it's a mystery one. It's in the Alaskan Triangle.
Uh huh.
Alaska also have like a Bermuda Triangle, and that pyramid is, you can say, right in the middle of it. And not far from that pyramid is also a strange mountain. What I understand, that mountain is has underground connection with ETs. There's ETs. A lot of people go missing there in
Yeah.
that area. And what I understand, if you're in that area and you're alone, you're free free prize or something. They go after you. So I don't know what they do exactly, or they won't be good. But yeah, there's a facility. What I understand is next to the Black Pyramid, there's an underground facility, ET facility, same as Dulce, New Mexico, where the natives that live in Dulce, New Mexico, they know about that facility, the Dulce, New Mexico underground base, but they don't go near it. They leave them alone, then they leave each other alone. We put it that way.
Mm.
While they go after other people. But that's another thing that also, and the native know a lot about the land. The Native
Yeah.
American knows a lot about the land. The stories also, some of the land are cursed, like the Skinwalker Ranch. I think the Skinwalker is in Arizona, right? Isn't it that near the Navajo tribe or the Hopi tribe?
Mm. It's
What
in
is it?
Utah. It's in Utah, which used to
Oh,
be
Utah.
Hopi land. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it wasn't the Hopis, or I no, the Hopis. Or I think maybe it was another tribe. They cursed the land. That's why that land is so wicked. Things popping up,
Yeah.
portals
Yeah.
opening, shit.
There's
Mm-hmm.
a place in New Mexico. I don't remember what it's called, but there's legends of a place where there used to be a fairly large size, I guess, city, and the legends say that the natives there were under attack by some of their neighbors, and they turned to what they call dark witchcraft,
Mm.
and they summoned up a bunch of demons, and the
Yeah.
demons turned on them, and now there's an empty city there, and nobody goes there.
Oh yes. Yesterday on Rex, coincidentally, nothing is a coincidence in this world. Um, there was a guy, a ranger. He worked on the native tribe land, and he was saying he's part of the Navajo tribe too,
Mm-hmm.
and he was also talking about the skinwalkers, and You have the Wiccans, like the White Witch, Black Witch, and I know some witches that I know personally use the white and the black. You could
Black.
say
Mhm.
light energy. Both of them is a balance. Understand the balance? I would understand that, you know. But he was saying that these other people, there's a cult there in the Navajo tribe, and these people are in dark shit.
Oh
What I
yeah,
understand,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
You know
those
who?
are the ones. I'm sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Alex. You know who said that too was the Hopi. They said that the Navajos do a lot of crazy stuff.
Yeah, they practice dark arts,
Mhm.
dark craft.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got that from the Hopi too. And yeah, he was telling that there's a cult in the Navajo tribe, and what I understand to become, because you become a skinwalker, right? You have to. This is the initiation. You have to
Mhm.
kill a person that you love near dear to you, and then you go the people there. When you've done that, the
Mhm.
the, the dark sorcerers teach you how to work with the energy on the other world, with the entities and shit. And then if you, they can like what I understand is molecules, so they can, for example, a person or an animal, they get the hair of it or a skin of the animal and they put it on their skin,
Mhm.
and their energy, their body, it change, adapt the molecule of the skin, and they change to that animal, which animal that they want. And that's what he was saying, that the children of the Hopi children were taught, when you piss or in the wood, um, always cover it, or if you don't, your toenails or your nails that you buy, don't let them around, because they can get things of you and
Mhm.
turn into you and manipulate you and things like that. They can turn into you. So that's what I didn't. Yeah, that seems, because everything is possible. And yeah, with that, it's energy, is DNA. So yeah, I would see it as possible. I didn't know they
Yeah.
go that far, but
Mhm.
yeah, apparently they can shapeshift. But he said you can kill them too. There's also a group of, I don't think there's the Hopi, or I think it's another group of the Navajo tribe self that go after them when they found out with that a person has is a skinwalker. They go after them and chop their head off.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah. There was a case, what I understand, that happened in the 1970s, that the group, the mercenaries, I think, of the skinwalker, in native, they found out there's a guy that's a skinwalker. Two people went to him, and I think they kill him, and they chop his, like, yeah, they kill him. I don't think if they chop his head off almost, but he was turning into an animal, and he was like half human, half animal. And the police came there and they saw it. They say, "I want nothing to do with this," and they went back. They just went away. And the some people came, tried to revive him, but I say he died. But then they were brought to the station by the other police, and they say, "Look, if we didn't came to kill him, there were other people that will come, and if they didn't do it, other people will come and do it." And they were like, okay, yeah, they let them go. That's a true case that happened. I know it, yeah, happened in Arizona. So yeah, to the native, especially to the Navajo tribe, the skinwalker, paranormal are very real. They see
Mhm.
as everything also alive, everything as conscious, the stones, the air, water, everything, everything is connected.
Well, as I remember, the Hopis was a very big. tribe, and Navajos were small, but see, they grew, and the Hopis, what happened? They got separated. One went stayed in Arizona, the other one it's in New Mexico. So they do have reservation because they wanted, I mean, they wanted to go to New Mexico and live just like you and I. They didn't want to live on the reservation. And this is why the reservation, they need them to come back to continue what they're supposed to do. But the Hopi says that, well, one of the elders said that they don't want to because they're too much in the world now that they don't want to do what they're supposed to do. Basically, that's what they're saying.
I
So,
think there are still some Navajo traditionalists out there,
yeah, there
but
is.
it's just, I think it's mostly the elder generation
Yeah,
at this point.
that's true. That's very true.
If
But
you
yeah.
guys and ladies ever went to a powwow?
No, but when they come to my city, I end up going. And
Uh,
when they play the beat to it, their music, it brings my native out. You know what I'm saying? Like what's in me comes out because I'm native. And it makes me proud who I am with their music. It's hard to explain,
I've
but
been
yeah,
to a powwow.
yeah.
I went to an Alabama Kushana powwow. I am 1/8. Never been on the reservation. I'm not in the books or anything like that. And I'm a suburban white boy, but I went to check out the Alabama Kushana powwow.
Oh yeah, nice. That's cool.
Yeah, it was
Uh,
awesome.
uh, in which state was that?
Texas.
Oh, Texas. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're Alabama Kushana, but they're here in Texas. They're not actually in Alabama.
Yeah, I thought Alabama.
And and when they do powwows, all the nations of natives come all together, which is awesome because you have different native tribes around the powwow doing their dance and their thing, and then the other ones do the same thing but their ways. But they all come together in the powwow. They did it in Texas. They've done it so far in Kansas, Oklahoma, and I don't know this year, but they've been doing it in those states for sure. Because my cousins are in it, and like I said, we're natives, and they dress up just like natives with their feathers and the moccasins, and I can't see myself dressed like that because well, I'm not that dark, but they are, and they go every year to the powwows.
Here, oh, that's interesting. Here's
Mhm.
something that a lot of people don't know about. It has to do with the native. Have you heard about? If you guys and ladies heard about Queen Califia?
In Khalifa,
Yeah,
I've heard the
of
name, but I don't recall who that is.
Queen Calafia.
Calafia.
Um, yeah. Apparently, the it was California, the um, the last end of California, the southern piece of California was an island long time ago, and that island was inhabited by you can say dark-skinned ladies, only ladies, but warrior ladies, and they had a leader, and it was Queen Calafia. Now they say it's a myth. Um, the seal of California right now, if you look at it, it has like a light skinned woman on it. But if you search off the original seal of California, you will see a dark skinned lady on it in warrior clothing. Like there's where they got the wonder Amazonian warrior tribe idea. I think they got it
Mhm.
from that one. And seems like California was had an island that were only warrior women that lived on it, and they rode on griffins. What I understand, native.
Oh, wow.
You're talking about going way back then,
Not really.
no?
I think I think this was around the 1500s, but it could be that it was more early. But if you look at the original seal of California, you will see
Mm,
like a warrior dark-skinned lady on it. Now you have a light-skinned lady on it. So the
mm.
question is, why did they change it? Was it really a myth, or
Good
it
question.
wasn't a myth, and they changed it to
Changed
cover
it to
to
confuse
the
you.
real, yeah, to cover the real story of California, that California was named after Queen Calafia, which was a dark-skinned warrior Amazonian tribe, um, women that lived on that island and that continent
And
on that state, you can say.
then it goes back further because when California was Mexico's territory, and there was a lot of natives there. That's why they in that area in California, southern and northern, well, both, they have a lot of like cemetery of natives there. Very, you can't step in it. In other words, and there's many around in California of natives names. Now, if you look at Santa Monica, San Diego, Los Angeles, I'm really with the sand on it. Those names comes from the priest when they took when they were in these territories in California from Mexico. They took over. This is why you have San Jose, San Francisco, Santa Barbara. All these San is because of a priest. They named them after him, and he's
Oh,
native. They're natives.
yeah, yeah, that makes sun means saint, right? Sun,
Mhm.
saint. Yes,
Mhm.
yes. Okay. So you're saying then it goes way back then, prior to
Mhm.
that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think political foolishness says it was around 1510, Alex. Yes, that's what one of the Mexican explorers, I think, or Spanish explorer wrote in his book, which is where it became famous. But I'm curious if it goes actually way beyond that. Like they say the Egyptian pyramid are like 8,000 years old, but I think
Mhm.
it goes way beyond that.
Well, I know that Utah, Arizona, Colorado, California. What's the other one?
New Mexico,
Uh,
Um,
New Mexico.
Nevada,
Yeah,
Nevada.
it's all connected to one source, which we have to still figure it out. Like Jason and I found out a lot of it, but there's still more to connect the dots to these states of being ancient time. Now, if you put Arizona backwards, right, Jason? It
Yep.
what does it mean again? Uh,
Place of origin.
yeah. So that gives you a big old information to find out why is it that name. Basically, it's like where it started, the time on this earth, this time, this world, and it's a native name, right?
which name?
I believe it's Hebrew, and
Yeah.
it probably comes from Sanskrit, if I had to guess.
Oh, Sanskrit goes way beyond that.
Oh yeah, it's one of those
I,
old school languages.
there's a place in U.S. also called Cairo, right? It's a famous place.
Yep. Egypt, Cairo. It calls,
Exactly.
Egypt, and then right by it, there's that name of that. Now you're trying to get what I'm trying to say because I believe in my heart, with all my heart, 100%. People think where it's at, and in the Middle East, where it started, and be honest and truthfully, it's not at all. It's in the Americas where everything started. and I have a lot of proof to show.
Yeah.
I've done research. I have got signs by, my grandfather, and I went through the signs that he gives me, and then we did research. And let me tell you, a lot of confirmation came out of it, a lot of it. And I said, "Look, Jason, there's a confirmation what I just found out because now there's people researching it, what we already know, which
Yeah,
is awesome."
including Graham Hancock of all
Mhm.
people.
Yes, that's where I learned most of the ancient sites. He went around the world and dive with his wife, dive at the ancient site. He was also a pothead. He was a cool scientist. Now he doesn't smoke that much. Where he had the ayahuasca experience, but yeah, he was a pothead, all right. But yeah, he did a lot of wonderful discoveries. He went to talk
Mhm.
with the native tribe around the world.
Mhm.
Yeah, hallucinogenic with them. And yes, he discovered, yeah, there's a civilization that goes beyond that, what beyond Egypt, beyond any known civilization, beyond what's even written in the Bible. They're not talking about. So he's very interesting person. If you want to learn about the lost archaeologist city, you can say about the earth, what you're not gonna get on the mainstream media, you should look into him. He's very interesting. I know last they found like what's the city in Italy that's watery? Ah, Sicily? No, Sicily? No, it's not called Sicily. Oh,
Italy,
Venus.
Venice,
No, Venice. Yes,
Venus,
Venice. Oh,
Venice.
yeah, they say Venus. Yes, Venice. Yeah, yeah, Venus. But they found a Venus in Polynesia area. They found like the Venus of the Polynesia, also big structure there that house a lot of people, and they don't know how they brought those stones there to
Mhm.
that place. They call it Venus, the Venus of the Polynesia.
Mhm.
So that's another city that goes thousands of years
Right.
beyond.
Well,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
you really look, you know how we have that state Utah, and then you have that name Salt Lake.
The Great Salt Lake.
Yeah, and if you go back, if you believe in the Bible, if you go in the Bible, it talks about a dead sea, a dead whatever, and it's salted. So we started doing research on that area, and we got a lot of info where it goes back in ancient times, way back.
Yeah,
So that
they
there's a
even named the river there the Jordan
yeah,
River.
yeah. We have a map of all the sea and the river, right, Jason? Of ancient time, what they were really called at that time. Quotation on that. They switched it, all of it. So you got the Pacific, you got the Atlantic, you got the what's the other one? Uh,
The, yeah, well, in Dutch is it the Big Ocean, the Indies Ocean, and the Atlantic Ocean.
but if you
I
look at
know.
the map of the United States, I'm gonna just say, there's
Oh,
a
the
lot of it.
Atlantic and the Pacific. The other side will be the Pacific Ocean, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. Right, Jason. We
Mm.
found very, but we have a map where what these seas were called first in the beginning. Now, Mississippi has a lot to do with ancient times, and I don't remember what was the river called at that time in ancient time. I don't remember, but we have the map of all the ancient time names in the United
Well,
States.
it could correspond to the Nile,
Oh,
um,
yeah.
and there's enough tributaries in it that it could uh, the Euphrates,
Oh,
the Gishon, the Pishon,
yes. Funny you mentioned that
um,
about the
and
river,
the Tigris.
the Euphrates. You said the Euphrates River.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We're not sure which.
No, but the Euphrates River. I don't know if you have seen it, but it's drying up. That's
Oh
also a
yeah,
Yeah.
prophecy
Yeah.
that's coming to
Mhm.
light.
Mm-hmm.
is drying up. They found like caves there, structure also under the river, and apparently maybe there's something being held down there because there's also a scream that was coming from underground, demonic scream, but I didn't hear much of it afterwards.
AR says
Yeah,
that's Colorado River.
that's Colorado River.
I think he's telling. Hey, Roland. I think he's talking to Jason about it.
Hmm. Hey, everybody in the chat, Kimba.
Thanks everybody for coming. But also in California, when the lake started to dry up, they found a city there
Where?
in California, Southern California. I don't remember what county or whatever, but they found it when the lake was drying up completely. They found it.
Oh,
So if
you,
they found that, then you know other places in around the world. But and I'm gonna talk just in our country, but a lot of places are under water.
yes,
So that gives you a proof. I'm just saying that gives you a proof that the flood came at that time. I don't know how long it's been there, but they do show cities.
Underwater cities.
Yeah. But like
Yeah,
I
there's
said, that lake got dried up and you saw the city that was there.
there's a lot. There's some down by Alex.
oh
Yeah.
yes, in the Caribbean.
Oh
There's
yeah.
few in the Caribbean. In I know in the end of Cuba, the point of Cuba underwater. I think this.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, I forgot about that. This, but these are small pyramid structure in the end of Cuba, and I think near Jamaica. Okay, Jamaica is different. Jamaica also had like a a, a place where pirates came and they did a lot of, I don't know, shit there. It was like the Pirates of the Caribbean hangout, the real one. And they,
Mhm.
yeah, do a party, everything. I think God like, hey, time to go out, and that place went underwater. And this, you can dive there and see
You see?
the what, yeah, what's the rest of that
You
place.
know,
But that was a pirate area, so. But the one
you
in
know,
the Cuba goes beyond. Yeah, sorry,
who has though an city is Russia.
Russia.
There was this lady that I saw way back when I entered YouTube that she was talking about Russia, that these so-called objects from outer space came down and two guys went in to see what was going on because they saw it and they dived in and they saw the city down there where they were staying. And Russia, which is, who's in charge of Russia right now, knows about it and you can't even enter there. Yeah, two
Well,
men are
Russia
down
is
there.
big.
Yeah.
Russia is very big. Um, yeah, Russia has the deepest lake in the world, with apparently aquatic beings living
Ex-
under there.
exactly.
They
And these
try to
two men
capture
got
them.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And these two men, they left like you wouldn't even believe what they saw. But yeah, you're right, Alex.
Yeah, but they didn't couldn't catch them. They were too intelligent. A lot of them got killed. Only two survived, I think, to tell the story what they encountered, and they
Yeah.
didn't win back. What I understand. But this was time of the Soviet Union. So now, I don't know, now with the new Russian Federation, they have must uncover a lot of new things.
Mhm.
And I saw, I think Rowan says that US may be the country with most pyramids. That's a
Mhm.
possibility. I know in Illinois, the step pyramid, like half size pyramid, not complete with the pointing, but they call it step pyramid. That I saw in Illinois. And okay, now it come to my mind, I've seen also like a pyramid self pointy, but in Grand Canyon. So that's the only two ones I've seen in US. There's
Mhm.
possibly, I'm pretty sure there's more.
I think so too. It's just we don't know. Like I said, in all America, I'm not just saying a country, but all America has a lot to do of ancient times. I mean, way when it started, way when they were first
Could
here, the natives.
could be actually that America is the motherland and not Africa.
Exactly. You're getting there, Alex. That's what we found out. See, because even Jason told me, how did they get over here then? Because see, in those days, Roman was supposed to be in Europe, right? And Jason said, well, how they came over here? And I said, boats. They have boats in those days. But if you look in our country, only United States, the caravans in those days, they still call them caravans. Well, they walk so many days, weeks, months to get to a place to buy food, and then they go back home. So if you think, okay, you're gonna go buy food in Roman, Italy, whatever, Europe, and it's gonna take you that long through the ocean and all, no. So you got to think everything's here because it does take days for me to walk here to Texas. It will take me days. I mean days. So yeah, you can think it's here too. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is though. 100%.
Yeah, America has a lot to be explored, no?
Mhm. And that's what I was saying earlier that we're not the only ones. Jason and I are finding this out. Other people are doing the same thing. The same what we did. And it's very strange, but you know what? I think they got a sign or something as I did, and that's why they're doing research. And I think also the Hopi tribes are protecting something else that we found out, Jason and I. Jason, you want to say? You can know.
What do you want
The
me to?
prop the ark, huh?
The Ark,
Yeah.
Noah's Ark, Ark of the
No,
Covenant,
the cup.
Ark of the Covenant. I can't quite recall. Um, uh, I do know there's stories about it being buried on Oak Island.
Mhm.
Oak Island, where is that?
I believe it's up near Canada, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that Turtle Island?
Turtle Island is the
All
United States
America and Canada.
and
Turtle
Canada
Island is called
and Mexico.
Canada and United States together is called Turtle Island.
Yep.
Yeah, with Mexico.
Really?
Yeah,
Mhm.
and if you look at the shape of the northern Americas, you can kind of see a turtle shape there. Whereas if you look at South America, it kind of looks like the head of an elephant, and
I
Europe
thought
looks like the body of an elephant. There's a very good video on YouTube that shows this, and it goes into an ancient story um, about Turtle Island and about the elephant whose head was chopped off. But Turtle Island is the Native Americans' name for, and when I say Native Americans, I mean from the United States, from Mexico, from Canada. This their name for this landmass.
interesting. Yeah, I didn't know they call it Turtle Island. It's a big, huge island. Ugh. Yeah, that's interesting.
Bamboo is
Hey,
here. Mm,
I
you
see
see?
bamboo, Sal,
Hey
blessings,
Ben, you want to
everybody.
come up?
Yeah, well, just a question. No, we're talking about natives before we continue. What's everybody, if they know, what's your roots? What's your native roots that you have encountered, that you have
Well,
associate energy or ancestor?
my roots come with two different kind of natives. One is Kickapoo, which original they're from Kansas and Oklahoma, but where my nana comes from, because I'm native on her side, my dad's side, they again separated from their own people because they didn't want war. So what they did, some went toward Mexico, and that's where my nana was born in the reservation there because Mexico had opened the doors for them to live there. So Kickapoo, it's a big Texas. Texas has a lot of Kickapoos there too, right there by Mexico. And I'm also Yaqui, which is where I live in Sonora, you know, in the area in the United States, but it's in Sonora. And those are Yaquis. So I'm too.
Interesting. And I never heard of the Kickapoo,
Kickapoo, yeah.
Kickapoo, and the
Hmm.
Nakis. Never heard of them. Interesting.
Really?
Yeah, never heard of them.
Uh, I don't know if
Or
Jason knows. Jason, I'm not sure.
Chickapoo?
No, what AR saying.
Oh,
Alba, I heard, I know that word. Can't remember. But yeah, I'm two tribes, Alex.
it looks like he
two
tried to
tribes.
write Aboriginals.
Oh.
They're the natives of Australia.
Yeah,
Mm.
the native of Australia.
And see, Alex, there's a mountain by me. It's like a 20 or 30 minutes drive up. I used to hike over there a lot, do a lot of walking. And I went with a friend and we were walking. It's called Waterfalls. And we went that path to see the water. But something made me stop right there. And I told my friend, you keep walking. I'm going to stay here. On the wall, I mean, on the rock, it has a lot of native writing, right? And then on the right, I looked and it's all rocks and, stuff like that, uh, grass and all. And I just stand there and all I said was, go in peace, my brothers, my people, basically. I'm saying that to them. And I had to still stay there. And I said to myself, they're going to come to me in my dream. They're going to come and say something. Sure enough, they came to that same night, they came to me and said, Hatashe. You know what Hatashe means? Welcome. And for them to come to me, I felt it already. That brought me more to my native because the people that were staying there are best friends to the Yaquis. Understand what I'm saying? So my roots on the Yaqui, they draw me to that place to make sure that I know I am a native and the Yaquis were friends with that native. I forgot the native's name, that tribe. That's how far my story of not story, but my bloodline goes to.
Or your bloodlines close to the if where you have the Mayans, the Aztecs. I don't think you fall under the Olmecs, right? You're more the Aztecs or the Mayans,
I'm not sure to be honest. All I know is
the
those
ones
two
in.
tribes.
Oh, okay, okay. Now maybe I thought maybe they has two. Those are the two main known one in Mexico. No? Well, you have also the Olmecs, but not a
Yeah.
lot of people know about the Olmecs.
The old Olmec are the ones that the Mayans, the Aztec, and what is their name? But there's another tribe I always forget. I either
Well,
forget Aztec or I forget this other one.
you got Aztecs,
Um,
Mayans, and oh God, I always had it. The Mayans, Aztecas. Oh my Lord.
Not
Okay. Let
not
me
the
think.
I
Carib,
believe
right? You
I
had the
believe it starts
Carib
with an
and the
I.
Aztecas,
Arawak.
Mayans,
Incan, the
Aztecas.
Inca.
The Incas,
Oh,
that's right.
Inca.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Incas.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
I'm
I
like,
Incas
believe
were also been.
I believe those are the descendants of the Olmec people, as far as the story goes. I obviously don't know the reality of it because I wasn't there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, one
But
thing
my
I do, one thing I do see with the Olmecs, if you see at the carving at the stones, they had big nose and big lips. Which race
mhm.
has big nose and big lips? The African race.
Mm. You see, the
So it
reason
seems
why,
like they were dark skin.
well, the reason why I'm white skinned is because my tata, okay, on my dad's side, he's from Spain. That's why I have green eyes. And some of my sisters, and especially relatives like cousins and aunts, they're dark skinned because they're more natives. Even
Mm.
though was I just because of my grandfather, he's from Spain, and that he stole my nana from her reservation when she was 15. So that's how my dad was, you know.
Oh yeah, there were a
Well,
lot of native women that went with the European guy. Let me put it that way. I
mhm,
think that also
exactly.
happened with my family because my mother, I can trace it back to the Arubian roots to the native Arawak. You had in the Caribbean, you had the Arawak tribe
Uh-huh.
and the Caribs, but you had one from Aruba South, and those were the Arawak tribe, and some of them were giants, 7, 8, 9 feet tall. Um, those the ones of the where I apparently I come from, the descendants. I've checked it with Lois with the pendulum for
Yeah.
curiosity. Oh yeah, that's the Arawak tribe. I'm pretty sure everybody here had a past life as a native um, American or Aboriginal. Pretty sure. But I
What was
understand we all live multiple lifetime.
I know I did. Like check this out. This is why how deep I'm a native because I was telling Jason one day because I had asked grandfather, where does my spirit, not this body, but my spirit comes from? And he showed me it's the Western time in the 1800s. But I also feel I go back more with natives. I go native, and then I came back as in the Western times, and then I came back who I am today. Isn't it weird? And I'm
Yeah.
native.
Or you came there to in Arizona. Anyway, I
Yeah.
just something came in my mind that the Hopi was traveling around till they
Mhm.
settle in a place. And what they understand from a source, I think they got that information, or the spirit guides, it's where they located. They were told that's the center of the universe, where they are located in Arizona. But I know
Mhm.
Arizona is also a very high energy place.
Oh,
Um,
tell
the,
me.
the one that's very well known, and that you have to be because there's a lot of archons that goes there too because of the portals that's there is Sedona.
Mhm. Oh yeah,
Sedona.
I was gonna mention that because Jason and I were talking about that not long ago, huh, Jason? On Sedona. Sedona has a lot of vibration, high energy there. And the reason why is
Yes.
because a
A lot of
lot of
psychics live
people,
there.
yep, a lot of people that see things, especially if you're
Yeah.
by yourself, they come from other planets. I'm gonna say it that way because there's a girl, they interviewed her and she's from Sedona, and they were sitting on the top of a rock where she ends up meeting the its, I'm gonna call it because I don't know. But she said that when they come for her, they take her, and of course she does whatever she does with these its. They bring her back. So they asked her, "Do you have any children with them?" And she said, "Yes." She goes, "How many?" And she said, "About over 100." And then she goes, "Why is that? How come they're over there?" And she said, "Because they have the same breathing energy like we do on Earth. That's why they can be there. But they will come back," which it makes a little sense. But what she said is, I heard it through other people, the same thing.
And Bamboo wants to come up.
Yeah. Yeah, Bam.
Can you send him the link, Alex?
Um. Oh yes. Yes. Let me
Okay,
see.
cool.
I can't see
Um.
chat.
Yeah. Okay, Bamboo. I'm gonna send you the link through your email. All right. For
So
you to know.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. I was trying to put the link out there for Jason. I forgot. I got so nervous that I forgot to do it.
All right. You're doing good.
Uh, it's like, okay, but yeah. You see,
Okay.
but your roots, your bloodline, your where you come from, your family, it does draw you to where you belong. Definitely, no matter what, you can feel it.
My roots are Alabama Coushatta and Apache. I've already mentioned those. I am also Irish, Scottish, English, and German.
Really? In
Yeah,
Yep.
Germany?
so I got a
I
lot of
Germany
Celtic, Gaelic, British,
and
Germanic.
Germanic. Yeah, Germanic. That's cool. You see, we are
Yeah,
all mixed.
Oh, definitely mixed.
we
And
we all
who
are
knows what
mixed.
else is thrown in there? Those are just the
See,
ones I know of.
I always told Jason this. Nobody in this world, I'm gonna say, or my land, our country, cannot tell me a lie about the revolutions of what is it, Alamo. Manana was part of Francisco Villa. You know who he is?
No.
He's a well, they called him a rebel, but he was fighting for justice. And Manana was the cook for them. And at this time, in these territories where I live now, in Texas and California and New Mexico, was part of the revolution area, and they had to fight against Spain and France and the United States because this is their territory. So my grandfather fought in the Alamo, and my nana was with Francisco Villa and make cooking. So I have history in my blood as well. So anybody tells me different about Francisco Villa, the ones they call him rebel in those days, can't tell me lies because I already know through my nana's voice because she was there. So it's very interesting what roots I come from.
That's cool. Have you
Mhm.
ever had a dream of your past life? I know there's people that dream that they were in their past life and they do some activities that they were doing. They go back to it. I don't know if anybody has ever dreamt that.
Mm. You mean like going in the past?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, yeah. I used to be a Western girl. I used to be up in the those balconies in the saloon. Uh,
Really?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's when I asked Grandfather to tell me where my spirit comes from because I wanted to know because she had a mission and I got to complete it. So he gave me that dream where I came from, my spirit, and I saw myself fall from that balcony. And I don't know what happened to her because here I am again, her the same spirit, right? I'm a different body. And she had scratched her like on the side of her back, right? Or on the side of her, underarm. I have that scar. It's a birthmark though.
Mm,
I, s- I saw myself. I saw my face there. So that's who I know. Whatever she was supposed to do, well, I have to do it to complete this time, this modern time. But yeah,
interesting. So
so my roots.
you're sorry?
That's why. That's why I have so much gift in me. A
Yeah.
lot of
Seems
strength.
like you have reincarnated in that area a lot of time.
A lot of times, yeah. But now I have to
Interesting.
complete it because I don't want to come back. I want to go to
You
the
come
next
Yeah,
back.
world. I'm going to the
yeah, I
next
understand.
world.
Seems like you're gonna be here for a long time.
No,
Yeah,
I hope
Alex has
so.
spoken.
yeah, because
Your time is up.
No, what I understand, we supposed to live more than 100 years, like around 1,000 years. So when that shift happened, which is not gonna be far from now, which was the hope we talked about, where our body is gonna be rejuvenated
Oh,
back to where we were
those,
30,
yeah.
and with abilities, our carbon-based body is gonna go to carbon plus crystalline, what I understand, light body.
Hmm. Hmm.
So it's
I
gonna be
mean,
interesting.
it is interesting when you find your roots. Like everyone tells me, Sophia. Oops. So well, yeah, it's okay. Sophia, how come you don't, you know, go figure it out with the tribe and get your money? Because they give you since you were born, they go back and pay you that. I tell them I'm not interested in the money because I'm not. I'm interested in knowing more of my roots than the money. Because money I can't
Yeah,
take, but the precious memories of my roots does. It comes to me. It goes with me. The money. But yeah, I could do that if I wanted to, but I won't do it.
have you ever, because I think Kimba has done it. I know Kunchen Queen also have done it. I
Oh,
think
really?
maybe a lot more people in America would have done it. What I'm talking about is they send, I think, a bit of their hair or a bit of their how you say, spew, the spit. They put it in
Uh
a
huh.
thing and send it to the place to check your DNA, and you will see where you come from. A lot of people in the
Hmm.
US has done that. I don't know if anybody here has done that.
Yeah,
You Cat's Eyes or Jason have done that?
I'm not sure. I don't know about Jason.
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
It's okay. I see
Oh,
Kimbo
Ben.
says it's a fraud. I don't know.
Hey, Bam. You made
Hey,
it.
Bamboo.
Hey, how's
Hey,
it going, everybody? Peace and
pretty
blessings
good.
and
Mm,
love. Good to see you guys.
Yep. Thanks for coming.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for throwing out the link, Alex and Katz, and good to see Jay and everybody in chat. Just been
Yeah,
listening in, and I'll chime in when I feel got something to say. But
sure, sure.
yeah, we pull you right in. Hey, Bamboo, which is do you know your tribe?
that's right. I
Yeah.
don't think
Oh
I
my
did know my exact tribe.
God.
It's you guys were talking about like your ethnicity and stuff, and what you know about your family lineage, I guess, or your bloodline or whatever. I don't know if I know my exact
Hmm.
tribe, but I'm a mutt, so I'm mixed. So I got a little bit
All
of
right.
both, or a mixture.
Right.
You said Japanese
I
and
think
Mexican too, right?
not Mexican though. I'm half Japanese, so half of me comes from Japanese blood.
And Filipino, no? Right?
Not Filipino, no. Even
Oh,
though a lot of people think I'm Filipino, because
yeah, because I thought so.
yeah,
Sorry,
um,
Ben, for bit. I thought you were.
no problem with that. That's cool. I mean, I think there's no offense. I don't think and
Yeah,
people
I will
should be
see you
offended
also in
by
the.
things like that. You know, we take
Mm,
things too
It's more in.
personally.
Yeah,
mhm,
We all look a little different, and it's curious, and it's funny, and it's interesting, and all at the same time. You know, so I kind of take. I think it's kind of cool that like people think I'm Mexican or Filipino. You know,
mhm,
I'm just but I'm
they can never
I
pinpoint you.
I guess a short way to say is I'm half Japanese and half white. But then there's the other story. So the other side is I used to think it was just mostly my dad's white. He grew up in East Coast, you know, New York and stuff. But and it used to be just like we thought that most of his family came from Wales, or but it turns out most of it came from Ireland. So I got like more Irish in me. I'm pretty much like half Irish, half Japanese from what I
Really?
know. And this is only because some family members on my dad's side did like one of those DNA genealogy tests, you know, you can do.
mhm.
I don't know about these. I mean, I think so. I think underlying they might be kind of evil because
Okay.
they might be
Yeah.
harvesting DNA and shit like that. But that's another story. But found out that like our blood or that side of the family mostly is Irish. So interesting. So I'm Japirish
It's a
from what I know.
pirate.
But I don't know what tribe that is though. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Do you maybe one of your family members are close to I don't know a native tribe there? Do you know? I know that Japan has their own tribe there. Where the shaman
there's
thing.
different families and that originally they all came from China. I guess that migration over thousands of years ago, but I don't know for sure. Something I
Okay.
really haven't looked too much into, actually, to tell you the truth. But
That's a
Yeah,
good question, though.
I was thinking to check in the family tree, see where it goes.
I remember doing well. I'm fourth generation, which means my mom was third generation Japanese, which means her parents were second, which means my grandparents, great grandparents were the first ones to come over from Japan, and all I know is that they were like around the Kobe. They originally were around Kobe or another city called Wakayama, but other than that, I don't really know too much. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Kimba says now you look more relaxed, Alex.
Yeah, I'm high anyway.
okay, good.
Yeah, man, had a long day. Well, it's cool.
Long day, but good day.
Yeah, man, that's a good
Yeah,
day.
man.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did my hair today. That's what I did today. Last
I know
did
it
my hair.
looks good, man. It looks
Yeah,
fucking
man.
nice, dude. Who did it?
This lady from Suriname. She's from Suriname, where
Good.
So Ama is from.
Oh, okay. A good friend did it. Nice, man.
Yeah, that's a good friend. Know her for a few years.
That's
Yeah, she's
clean.
very good. Yeah, man. And yeah, she does good work. She's very good in it. Yes. Yeah.
I like
And
the little low braids you got, like the dread braids you got, man.
Oh yeah, the color of
That's
the
fucking
braid.
well, oh yeah, I put it in rust
hell yeah,
color.
man.
Yeah,
I,
man.
I wish I could do that with my hair, but it's like my hair is not the
Y-
same.
You can let it grow.
I know, but then it looks really bad, and I'm like, uh,
Ugh, no,
it's
let it grow.
11/22. Kimba says, "No shit, that's my birthday.
Oh
It
yeah.
is."
Oh, cool. Oh yeah, we were talking about the native Hopi and their
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
you guys were talking about. I don't want to derail the flow of this being. I don't know
no,
much
it's
about the Hopi.
It's, well, the Hopis are very friendly people. They're really caring for the land, and not just here around the world. They are responsible for the lands, and like I said before, the elderlies need to plant the corn on the right time of the season, because if they don't, then more disasters comes against the land of the world. But lately, the elderlies have forgotten to plant the corn, and the Hopi says that because they forgot, there's going to be more disasters more than ever. They already know it's coming, but planting the corn has more to do with it. And what they do, they plant their corn. It doesn't grow so high because they use the rain of, Mother Nature. And whatever they eat, the rest, what they do, they dry it up, they put it in a stash for the following year because they have to do it every year. I guess it's a tradition of theirs, but it's also because they're protecting the land of the world. They're
Hmm.
responsible.
Okay. I just want to real quick general question. What was their like region that they are in? The Hopi? Is
The
it
four corners.
Southwest?
It's the
Yeah.
four
Okay.
corners
Yeah.
of
Local
That's what I
corn.
was. That's what I thought. Okay.
Hmm.
That's an area of the country I haven't really been to much, and someday I'd like to go travel around there. Just really haven't been around there much.
that's
Ever
Arizona?
really.
I've actually been to
Arizona,
California.
Utah, Colorado. Flown over it. Been to the airport in Colorado, but never really been to Arizona or Utah, Colorado, or
Hmm.
New Mexico. Someday I'd love to check out New Mexico too. You never know.
Yeah. One day we should travel. We all should do a powwow together. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know what the
Invite
Hopi
all.
said? You know what the Hopi said,
Well,
Alex? He goes,
I
before more disasters come, if you want to live, we'll give you land, but you have to work it. See, what they're trying to do is bring people up to where they live, so when the time comes, they can go with them. And so the elders and the what's his name, Jason? Kama, whatever. Kima.
Pima?
Um, he said that they will give us land, but we have to work it. And where they get the water for their supplies, to drink, is the little Colorado River, and you have to walk down to the hills, and you have to walk back up with the water. That's how they get their water.
damn.
Yep. But that's why they said we'll give you land, but you got to work it.
that's fine though. That's like,
Yeah.
yeah, we all should put in the work, but it should be simple like that, you know.
Yeah.
Teamwork, cooperation.
Mhm.
So they're inviting people to come live there now.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to go
Hmm.
up there
Where is this again?
in the Hopi reservation.
And that is exactly where again? Arizona, Utah, or
It's in
Northern
Arizona
Colorado.
where they're at. It's the Four
oh,
Corners,
okay,
but it's
right
mainly
around
in
the Four
Arizona.
Corners. Okay,
Yeah.
mainly in Arizona. Yeah,
Yeah.
never been to Four Corners. I've always wanted to go to the Four Corners just to say like I'm in four states at once. You know, never done it. Have you guys done it? Probably, right?
I want to
I've
do
been,
that in Holland. That I can say I'm in three countries in
That'd
one
be
time.
cool too, man.
The
So,
three
what countries
points.
would it be? Holland. Where else? Sweden,
Germany.
Germany.
No, no. Sweden is very tough. Is
Oh, it's
Holland, Germany, and
Italy
Belgium.
and Belgium. All right. Yeah, I can't remember the specific geography, but that's cool too.
Yeah, man.
I've been in two states at once, California and Nevada. Not that amazing, but
California. Oh, that's cool.
Even going back to what we were saying too, Nevada, Colorado, Utah. I don't know what the other state are also part of Mexico.
yeah,
New
that's all
Mexico,
Mexico. I know.
yeah. New Mexico and Nevada were all connected until they
Pretty much
divided.
all of California too, even up to
Yeah,
Oregon
yeah.
was pretty much just
They
Mexico, and I
they
So in the
just
past,
divided the state.
Mexico was big.
Oh yeah,
much
definitely.
bigger. But there's a catch though. The Spanish were kind of ruling it, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely,
So
definitely, definitely.
Oh, during that time,
Yeah,
Mexico was on Spain.
yeah,
yep.
pretty
There.
much. Uh,
That's why I said they fought against Spaniards and France. France. That's it.
yeah, France too, and then of course the United
The
States.
United States. Yeah.
Mexican
And the,
War was 1840s, like 45 ish.
Hmm.
But yeah, there's been other. Yeah, so I don't know. Growing up in California, I always had the respect of that because I had so many Mexican friends and people I work with are Mexican. I mean, just so I recognize that this place. I didn't I didn't like the history, you know, of what this country has done to so many people, not just the Native American tribes, but just the Mexicans as well. So to me, it was always Mexico too, you know, just as much as
Hmm.
it was California. But
Yeah. But there is a saying: where you come from, you will always go back to your roots. In other words, like this, the people that are from Mexico can always come back to their roots, which is around here.
Yeah, yeah, I would say so too. Yeah,
Yeah. So,
it's also cool that we had got some of the best Mexican food anywhere. And I
mhm.
know Arizona and New Mexico too probably has some of the best Mexican food too. Texas,
Texas for
hell
sure.
yeah,
Whatever we do more Tex-Mex.
Texas.
Howdy, partner.
Thank the Lord for the Mexicans. They brought the taco. The tree of life is in this. You know.
Oh.
Thank you, Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. You gotta look at it, in a funny way too. I know the Most High God, whoever, whatever you want to call him, he wants us to have that energy. We can't let it die. We gotta laugh at things and look at the funny side
I
Yeah.
agree.
because they only want us to really look at the bad side. They pump in low vibes every day from all facets of our society, media, TV, movies, music, sports, whatever, the news,
True.
and it's
Even
trying
in
to just invert that really, and that's
even in the
why.
Native American prophecies, you find that there are generally two paths that you can follow. One, leads to the bad result,
Mm,
and one leads to the good result. And it seems to be that the people don't decide as a whole. It's more of an individual thing. So
yeah,
it's like for the prophecy of the fifth world. They say one of the lines they say is, and this is obviously paraphrasing, but it's really close. They're talking about bomb shelters, and they say that there is no shelter for evil, but those who live in their hearts already are in the great shelter of life.
Mhm.
So there's always seems to be in these prophecies two paths that you can follow. So if you
yeah,
do dwell on the negative that they push, obviously, um, you're going to go insane when these energies that Alex has been talking about come.
yeah,
But if you live in your heart, then these energies are supposed to transform you in a way that you will be compatible with the fifth world.
yeah. It's like a shield in a way. That's one way to say it. Having that inner energy and light, and know that you have it amongst all this bullshit. So it's a big shield, no doubt, with some of those low vibes trying to penetrate us, take us down.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, man.
If
Eh,
the natives can feel the energy in those days, we can feel it too in this time.
it, totally. And everything they've been doing has been trying to detract us from that and teaching us to forget all of that connection that we actually had with nature and the sky and God. Anything you want to say
Agreed.
like that? The animals,
Long time.
plants,
A
that
long
true
time. They
connection.
absolutely destroyed all the Celtic books.
Man,
Um, St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick is the one who went around and destroyed all of the knowledge over there. And
yeah, we glorify him somehow.
oh yeah, and then they
Just like
they
Santa.
tried to do the same thing when they came over here to the Americas. They burned a lot of the books from the Mayans, the Aztecs, the Incas.
Hmm.
They
Man,
tried to
imagine all that
Christianize all
knowledge.
the Native Americans
Man, that stuff
because
really.
they didn't have any books to burn. It was all word of mouth.
Yeah, I always wonder, man, that lost knowledge. It's one of the ultimate questions. Where do we come from? But it's just tied into like that lost knowledge. Where are we going?
You'll even find this stuff in the Bible. Um, there's a dream interpretation in, I believe it's Second Daniel,
Mhm.
um, where the guy he's like a king or something, and he wants somebody to come in and interpret his dreams, and a bunch of his normal people come in and they interpret his dreams or can't interpret his dreams, and he doesn't like it and he has them killed, and then he has Daniel come in and interpret his dream. And it was a dream of a statue, and the statue was slowly being destroyed, and there were four parts to the statues. Like the head was made of a certain metal, the body was made of a certain metal, the legs were made of a certain metal, um, and the feet were made of stone. And if you correspond that dream and the interpretation of it to the four worlds, this being the fourth world, um, it corresponds perfectly with the Hopi stories of those four worlds. And I wish I could remember the specifics of it.
Yeah, we read that, huh? And we go, hey, this is the Hopis that what they're talking about.
Yeah. But after the statue is destroyed, a new world comes. And of course, in the Bible, it's New Jerusalem. That's
Mhm.
the interpretation of it.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of correspondences in many of the ancient stories, including the Bible.
Yeah, always so fascinating, interesting stuff, and it's never ending. The depth of all this stuff.
Alex, what made you look into the Hopis? Hi, Lipo.
Hey, what's up,
Hey,
Lo?
love ball.
Hey, Casey, missed you too.
It's with, sorry.
No, sorry.
I know. As I look, it's with when I encountered the Rainbow Warrior prophecy, and
Mhm.
there's a lot of prophecy that they talked about. Apparently, that has come true. And then what
Yeah.
I found out, they're one of the oldest tribe in the U.S. that goes thousands of years. So
Yeah.
um, their roots go deep in the U.S. So they have a lot of
Mhm.
knowledge. So that's why I was like,
Exactly.
okay, let me check out carefully what these people say. They're not. They kept their information, their history with them, and pass it on to the history. Same with the
Mhm.
Zulu of Africa. So I will listen what they say to any other scientist, because there was another tribe in Africa called the Godon tribe, which in their cave they had the star system of Sirius map. They have Sirius A, B, C, and with our naked eye we only see Sirius A, and they had it mapped out, and we couldn't see it till the early or late 1800s when they developed the telescope, and they had
Hmm.
it mapped there. And there was a French astronomer came to by them and say, "How did you know this?" And they say, "Yeah, from our star brother and sister give us this information and told
Mhm.
us where everything lies, and they draw it." So yeah, you have a
Interesting.
lot of civilization that has been visiting and getting assist from other beings. Like in Central America, you have the
Mhm.
pyramids that correlate with the stars of Pleiades, the
Right.
seven
Right.
sister stars. Yeah, with the car Subaru. You know the car Subaru?
Subaru.
Subaru.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good car. That car actually Subaru in Japanese means Pleiades. Look at the symbol of
Ladies,
Subaru. It's the
really
stars. Yeah, look, the
interesting.
symbol of Subaru is the star, presenting the seven sister stars.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, and you have the Hopi with the blue people, with the ant people. You have also the Aboriginal. They have also contact with other star beings. So yeah, all of them were getting assist um, from other beings. I know that what I heard here, I heard only from one source, is that the ones in Machu Picchu that ascend, they got they went to a certain level where they can manipulate rock, and their ship was completely formed out of a rock, but the control system was out of a rock. But um, yeah, that's what I understand. How their ship were made, and they went
Mm-hmm.
out and traveled the universe. They went to travel around, to explore. That's
Hmm.
what I heard from one source. The ones that left Machu Picchu then. So yeah, it's never ending. Life is continuous learning, and we're all here
Yep.
for in this
Never
specific
ending.
time to experience a transformation, and we'll see transformation happening. A lot of people getting exposed this year. That's where the
Yeah.
seven coming to light. People being exposed. We had
Yeah.
it with the Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama is one being exposed right now. I think there's another holy person. There's a lot of fake gurus, fake holy men out there. Like Sadhguru is another one of them.
Mm-hmm.
The next one is going to be
They're all
exposed.
over.
Yeah.
Heck, many YouTube channels, big ones, big fakes, celebrities, rappers, actors. Of course, we know the media. These,
Oh yeah.
on and on.
Yeah. I
Easy
think we're going
time.
to be living the Hopi way. The Hopi of Hopi means
Hopi
living.
way.
The Hopi way is
Hopium.
mean. Oh, well, you could say is living the peaceful way. That's
Mm-hmm.
Would you like some
unity.
background visuals, Cat's Eyes?
Sure.
It's
Oh,
copyright free, like copyright free, like nature shots.
sure.
Um, yeah, it'd have no sound, but or I can load it up. But yeah, definitely thank you for doing it live.
Oh, yeah.
How's
It's
your
been a
week
while.
been?
It's been pretty good because I'm off from today till Tuesday. Like
No
a little
shit. F
vacation
yeah,
for
party time,
it. I gotta get some rest.
relaxation.
Yeah, I got to. I gotta
Maybe
get some
extra
sleep
time
for
to get
sure.
some songs going on too.
Yeah,
I never really prepare too much, honestly. I just whatever happens happens when we sing.
yeah, that's true.
Because I got like so many songs in my head and all that. It's just like whatever happens and what I'm feeling will just happen. So I just go with the flow.
Yeah.
But,
Am I
I'm
supposed to
gonna
add it
write this.
to the stream?
oh yeah, if you see it there
Oh,
on the bottom, yeah, it's just like some random like nature shots, copyright free stuff.
okay. Is it there?
Yeah, it worked that first time when you clicked it.
Yeah, let me. I never.
Oh yeah, no problem, no problem.
It says it's there. Double.
Hmm.
Add to the stream.
Yeah,
That's what I just did.
there it goes.
Okay,
I don't know, just some background visuals.
that's nice and green.
Earth is beautiful.
Yeah, that's the thing too. The earth is beautiful, and there's so much beauty to life, and they constantly want us to think the opposite.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
we live in a place darkness, right?
yeah, I think so. And it is kind of sad because, like, one of the things that does really sometimes gets to me, like, emotionally, because we know how good it could probably be, it could be so great. And it's just,
It's gonna it's gonna be
so many
great.
people, even in just the last couple of years, we probably know have been
Oh, how beautiful.
um, victims of what's been going on, policies and the tyranny out there, and it's mad. It's sad, especially for the children. I think. Yeah, that's beautiful
Oh,
too. Look at that shot.
yeah, man.
All I
Waterfall.
did was
That's
just like search like copyright free nature videos, and stuff will come up.
all right. Oh, copyright free. Only if you put your own music on it, then then there's a problem.
Yeah,
It looks so good.
I wonder where that is.
I don't know, but the waterfall.
Beautiful.
Yeah, we don't have a waterfall here. You guys? Oh yeah, America has a lot of waterfalls. Never mind. There- There's no waterfall
Oh,
here.
it's
Maybe that's
probably.
part of the mentality. Be like, it is a beautiful world. They want you to
Mhm.
believe otherwise, but it's
Yeah,
beautiful.
Tracy, society needs a reset, and that's exactly what's
Yeah,
coming.
the whole
I
system
think,
needs to be burnt down, pretty much.
Yeah.
well, that's what's happening. Everybody is, yeah. But
That's beautiful. I wonder where that is. Wow.
the global elite wants to take this the digital currency and hijack it for their benefit and control. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen in between and switch it up.
Yeah,
We will
right
see.
amongst us, it's pretty nice if it's hell. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think we're there yet. We got to try to stay positive as best we can. It's hard to do.
Yeah, it is.
Not everybody's in the same situation, so can't speak for everybody
Mhm.
else. But
Mm.
Well, apparently everything that we're doing till now was planned before we came here. Everything, your parents, your experience, the people you had a relationship with, everything was planned
hmm,
before you came. What's your thoughts on that?
that's a good question. Can you maybe elaborate just a little bit on that?
There's a lot of reports from people who've had near death experiences, and they kind of get a glimpse of the other side. There's a certain, we'll just call it a veil, that you can't go beyond until it's actually your time. But a lot of times they're given information, and sometimes like 5 minutes. They'll be clinically dead for 5 minutes, and some of them think they've been in this altered state for like years,
Hmm,
and they come back and they tell these uh, stories of what happened to them, and a lot of them report exactly what Alex said, that we do choose the people that we're gonna be with. We choose our parents. We choose certain events that happen in our lives, and
hmm.
these stories come from all over the world. And there's even ones from back from antiquity, way back in the ancient times when supposedly at least people didn't communicate with each other, like Australia and America, for example.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, do you have a?
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot right there.
Oh yeah, the sunset. Would you believe, Bamboo, that you chose your parents, your mom and dad?
Not initially, but then again, I got to stay humble, and I know I don't know anything. So the more I do learn about stuff, and maybe what is life and what is meaning of life and all these things, then I could probably say, you know what, maybe somehow I did in another capacity that I just don't fully understand yet, but that I do believe is possible, which could be so many different things. So it's so deep, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, anything is possible, and so it's hard to even have. I can't really say yes or no. It's in the middle, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In my case, I often wondered why I got dealt such a bad hand. But after studying these near-death experiences and listening to what they say,
Yeah.
I've really come to realize that I learned a lot from my parents. Mostly how not to be.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
and it's all made me who I am today, and I am proud of who I am today. And without
That
Well,
those lessons, without having gone through all that hardship, what I've progressed into who I am,
yeah.
mhm.
I don't think so. I think I would have taken a lot for granted.
You
Um,
guys like these videos in the background?
oh
Mhm.
yeah.
oh yeah,
Okay, cool.
yeah.
There's another one coming. It's like a whole chain of copyright free nature videos. Never really checked, but it's kind of cool.
But that was a good way of seeing it, Jason. Like that's how I'm started to see it too, because this is a year of deep introspective or reflective on yourself and people around you in your life. And I started to see it that way too, because sometimes it's hard for me when I look at my parents, especially my dad. I'm like, how did I choose you? But that's what I've been getting in numerology. There's numerology, you choose your path, you choose your name, you choose your mom, you
Mhm.
choose this life
Mm.
to learn a particular
Wow.
lesson to overcome. And listening to the near death experience people, they were saying the same thing, that everything is planned. So it correlates with the numerology. And I started then to look, okay, what did I learn from them from this? And
Mhm.
yeah, if I look at that way, I learn a lot. That's how it made me strong mentally today, you know,
Mm.
to go against the grain. Let me put it that
Mhm.
way,
Mm.
because I always
Oh,
speak my mind.
What's up, Orphan Annie, and everybody else I missed?
um, well, as I know through what you go through, even before you conceived, you already have a battle once you're conceived. And I say it for experience. You have a battle, and so many times that you can lose your life. In my case, I'm still here because I have to complete my mission and my journey. But I suffered a lot in my life since I was conceived to I was born to my childhood to my teens to my youth to my adults. It's like boom, boom, right after another. But it made me strong as a woman and a spiritual woman and a spiritual person. And, but that's me. That's my way I see it in my life. Of course, I was chosen and to do what I got to do. That's why I get tagged. That's why I can feel people's feelings. That's why I know something's coming way before it happens. This is the gift that I got since I was little. I just never used it until I got to the adults. I didn't understand it when I was little until, I got to the adults. But we all have a gift. All of us. You, I, everyone. And their time
Yep.
mission.
We all have that light inside of us, that
Mhm.
energy for the best,
Yeah.
whether we know it or not. And none of, and maybe probably all of us don't know all of that potential. It's that
Mhm.
journey. It
Exactly. You
totally
learn.
is. Pers- um, Experience is the best teacher.
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
I forgot what else I was gonna say, but oh yeah, you guys were talking about the near death experiences.
Yeah.
Some of what I've heard about those, like when people do see the light, and like when I also cross reference some of that research with DMT, because DMT is a chemical in our body, and many do think that when we have the near death experiences, it's the DMT kind of circulating through our body and our brain. So it'll give it that surreal kind of experience, where we're maybe transforming into another dimension or whatever,
Mhm.
or something like that. So when they do see the light, I think there might be a correlation with DMT. So
Yeah,
I haven't done any. I haven't done
there's actually
hardcore.
studies. There's actually studies going on right now
Okay.
about the connection between the experiences of someone on DMT and what people experience during a near-death experience.
Yeah, yeah, I know there was a few like cuz like this is something like I came across like 3 or 4 years ago following Graham Hancock and when he was talking about like ancients and how they use psychedelics and maybe that inspired them to do amazing things as well or maybe even
Hmm.
inspired them to actually have the connection with the god realm or whatever or inspiration with the stars, all this stuff. But yeah, and then like the DMT thing because I did DMT once. It was amazing. I don't know if I ever do it again because it was a rare occurrence, but it was freaking amazing. And like I've always thought about like that experience, like how crazy it was and how interesting and what a learning experience it was. And then like hearing other people talk about their DMT experiences, but also equated with near death experiences. It's like there's a parallel there, right there. It's very interesting and there's something to it for sure.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
interesting. I didn't know you done DMT. You smoke it or
Yeah. This is in 2007. Yeah, I was at a party at
2007?
my house. It was actually like a family party too, but it was good vibes and like some old school friends came by and like I was at the time I was living up in Tahoe, so I came down for the weekend, chill at my parents' house for a couple nights, and one of my good friends had said he had some DMT. I was like, "What?" I didn't even really know what it was, but he convinced me to give it a try. So we smoked it over some weed. We packed a little bit of weed and then DMT on top. But he did tell me that you just be ready to. Luckily, like I was already sitting down on the couch because usually it hits you really fast. Actually, as far as we know, it's the fastest known hallucinogen that we know because it'll hit you literally in a couple seconds after you inhale or whatever.
Good
Ayahuasca
for
is different. Ayahuasca is
straight
different.
to the brain.
Yeah, if you smoke it. So we're
Yeah.
talking about the DMT, which you can also get from ayahuasca, which will take a cup, maybe half an hour to an hour or more to actually kick in. That's a different way to extract it. But smoking it, it'll get you really fast. And
How does
yeah,
that look, Bamboo?
it looked kind of like a brown, like hash type substance. So it was like I don't know if you know what hash is, but it's just like a condensed, like crystallized weed. But this was not weed, obviously. It was just a little bit of DMT. I don't know how he got it, but like it was pretty amazing. Took a hit, inhaled, and pretty much hit me like instantly. I was luckily able to put the bong down and set it down without breaking it, and then like I just melted into the couch or the couch I was sitting on, and then saw a bunch of crazy visuals and stuff, and it was an interesting experience. But people talk about that near death, and it might have to do with that transformation into another realm, pretty much another dimension, I guess. It's where maybe our soul goes.
Have you came in contact with beings there?
I did see, well, a lot of like animated visuals I had. I had mirror vision. I was looking at my friend and I was able to see him like 360. It was funny. It was like there was mirrors everywhere. But also like I heard a couple messages and I think I saw like a little I want to say like a gnome elf type figure saying something, but it wasn't bad. I felt good, you know. Um,
Nice.
So
I'm thinking of making my own DMT and doing the same way you do it,
it only
smoking it
lasted.
and
Yeah,
then
if you smoke it, I will say this: don't worry too much because it's not going to be like ayahuasca. I've never done ayahuasca. Has anybody here done ayahuasca? Drink ayahuasca?
I
I know
haven't.
people that have done it. Oh wait, Jason,
Probably
you
not
said you
because
done
it's
it?
like
Oh, I
you've
have not.
drunk ayahuasca.
Uh,
That'd be interesting because that's something eventually I might be into doing if it's the right situation with the right people and knowing somebody
Yeah,
that
man.
knows how to put those things together. But that's drinking it, and that takes usually maybe an hour or more to even actually hit you. But you'll be probably tripping for a good 12 hours, right? When you smoke it,
Uh, Around
when
that,
you
yeah.
when you smoke it, it hits you literally in seconds, and it'll only last maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And then when 10 minutes or so goes by, you'll feel like maybe you ate like a tiny bit of shrooms or something. You're just coming down, but it's nothing intense at all. It's like it's real
Yeah,
fast, real
it's
fast.
different than because with the ayahuasca also when you drink it, you're gonna throw up or go to the bathroom. And with DMT, no, you're gonna throw vomit, get things out of your system before the ayahuasca starts kicking. Well,
Yeah,
yeah, with smoking it is direct. You don't vomit or have to go to the bathroom.
yeah, yeah. It depends on that. Definitely, your digestion has to be right if you want to try to do ayahuasca for sure. Yeah, you want to be on the right clock. So I think there is some um, urgency for you to prepare for at least a few days, maybe a week, if you plan on doing ayahuasca.
Mhm.
But that's another
Yeah,
thing. You have to figure out where to do it and who's your source because I've heard good stories and well, mostly good stories, but there's some probably shaman out there trying to scam you and stuff, and you know
that's completely
you
true.
have
That's
to do your
13%.
research,
Yes.
whether
Well,
it's
you are
in
absolutely right.
yeah.
There are fake shamans out there, fake
Mhm.
medicine man. But
Because
you have
I've
to
heard
be,
about a lot of this stuff. Doing research, listening to somebody like Graham Hancock just talking about navigating those realms of it, figuring out where to actually pick and choose if you want to actually do a retreat and do ayahuasca. That takes a little research.
yeah. Oh yeah, I see. Ganjamam asked if is bamboo is it like salvia? Have you ever done
I've
salvia?
never tried salvia, and apparently salvia is just another plant that like you can smoke. But I've heard bad stories about salvia. Just me personally, I've heard maybe other good stories, people saying it wasn't that bad, but like I've heard stories where people have gone crazy after smoking it, and personally,
Yeah,
I've never come across it. I've never come across it or smoked it myself.
I,
I've
I,
always been
I
curious, though. I've always been curious of
yeah,
salvia.
I have it on
Very
the
curious.
list to test it because there was a guy that hit it. I think that direction is also 15 minutes. It's not
Hmm.
long, the whole experience. But the
Well,
guy was gone for 15 minutes, and when he came back, he says that he was gone for months and he
yeah,
had family and friends and
dude,
everything. He had a life and everything
dude,
in
I've
the
heard it.
long.
I've heard bad stories where it makes people go crazy, and like I don't want to mess with something like that. That's not. I can't trust it.
It's
So
depending the mindset. If you depending also because there has people that has gone crazy. They have done ayahuasca. It hasn't gone well with them either. If you're on pharmaceutical drugs or drinking alcohol,
oh,
it's not
surely,
gonna
surely.
it's not
Mhm.
gonna work good.
It's all about your energy, your mindset at the moment. Yeah, no doubt.
Yes.
Like
Th-
the first time
those
I tried
plants.
shrooms, it wasn't so great.
Oh,
My
really?
mind, my mind wasn't in the right place. Yeah, but since then, other times I did it, it was amazing. Because my mom was in the right place. I was in the right situation.
That's good. Yeah, your
Yeah.
mind is very important. I never had a bad trip on psychedelic because I always make sure, the people around me is the people I trust. Make sure you have music
You got nowhere
and
to go, and you're in a safe
yeah,
place. Yeah,
exactly. Oh, Ganjamam said something.
and you don't have
I
to work
tried.
the next day.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. Oh, that's with acid. Acid, you have to calm down. Acid is the I done acid. It's
I've
gonna be
never done
fucking
acid.
deadly.
I've only kept the natural, really.
My acid was good. I had a very good experience in acid. It was at sunset, so everything was
Mhm.
shining. The birds was giving light. You can see
Yeah.
everything was giving energy. Everything was connected. It was very beautiful experience. Never gonna forget.
Interesting.
Yeah. I see. Ganjamam said, "I tried it once, never again. Worst 5 to 10 minutes of my life. I could
Really?
move to the left, but every time I tried to move to the right, I hit an invisible wall, and I could
you
not break it. Lord
mean you mean
damn!
you mean DMT, Ganja Mom?
I think Salvia. I think she spoke
Or
Salvia.
salvia? Or salvia? Yeah. I don't know if she means salvia or DMT or something else, but if you can clarify, Ganja Mom, thank you. And thanks, Cat's Eyes, for having the live. Just
You
Mm-hmm.
showing
know, this
some
this
notes.
being a 7 year, this is the perfect year to try mushroom or ayahuasca. Well, you have to be prepared for ayahuasca. It's something you have to respect that plant. But you can
Yeah,
try
it's a
mushroom. But you have to do it in a meditative state. Put some music in the
if you ever
background,
want to
relax.
Mm-hmm.
do ayahuasca, you got to plan a whole weekend around that, at least
No,
two
no,
or three
two
days.
weeks. No,
2
minimum
weeks,
two
you
weeks.
think?
You have to, yeah, yeah.
Three
Okay,
weeks.
yeah.
2 weeks. You have to prepare your body. Make sure you're not on pharmaceutical. On a
Yeah.
strict diet, and you don't no sex either. So it's very strict. Yeah,
I think
What?
I qualify.
yeah. Yeah, don't worry, me too. It's been years, but that's another story.
It's
But
been I'm in a drought. We'll just say that, but it's all right.
lol.
Hey,
Mostly
Well,
Bam.
yeah.
lays.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it showed up, but there's a link in the back chat.
Yeah,
Can
you
you
want me
see
to
it?
play it for you?
Yeah, yeah. This is about the Hopi prophecy.
Heck yeah. All right. I'll stop this one and then we'll check out what you got.
I can find more. Gotta do it out of my phone first.
Lol, trees, but yeah, that's for the ayahuasca experience. But you have also another there that's more light experience. Wisdom? I think you clicked the wrong button. But there's a light experience there that you can use. It's called the cacao ceremony, hot chocolate ceremony. It's also very spiritual, what I understand. I know people
Mm.
that take it, different dosage, but that's with cacao.
Where's Bam?
Also very
Where did
spiritual.
Bamboo go?
Yeah, that's why I think he clicked the wrong button. Keep looking that
Oh,
he's not in the back
yeah.
room.
No, he's not there yet. There he is,
You,
I think.
Yeah.
yes.
You hit the wrong one on
Hey,
accident.
Bam.
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, there he goes again.
All right, I'll load this one up. Give me a second.
It, Bam, are you there?
Yeah, you
Oh,
hear me?
now we do.
Okay, good. Here goes that one that you want to play.
And there is backwoods.
What's up,
Yes.
backwoods? Good vibes.
Good vibration.
Oh shit, that's my fucking making
Hey,
a noise.
Backwood.
Whenever you're ready, check the bottom and that got that video you want to play.
Okay.
Oh yeah, trees for sure.
Make sure.
Hey, this is gonna be a good year. What is happening? I'm putting positive intention, setting your own frequency. And let it go.
Settings.
This is
720.
from an elderly. Okay.
All right.
Oh, cool. I know this channel, Inspired. Right?
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
5-minute video, so I'm gonna might as well play it all the way loud so we can all get a good taste.
Can we play it without getting a strike?
Yeah, you mute
Uh,
my mic.
I
I
can't
don't think
guarantee
so.
that, but if you want to check the,
I don't think so. We will because it's just history. It's just
Oh no,
you know.
I have played Inspired in the past on Matt channel too. There's no problem with it.
doesn't look like
Yeah,
there's any license going on. I mean, you never know,
we're
but
fine.
it's up to you
Well,
guys.
no, go
If
ahead.
anything, it'd be just a claim, which
Right.
doesn't affect the channel. So
Not
It's
like
cool.
I get strike.
okay, I'm gonna hit it and go on mute.
Go ahead. It has nothing to do. But
Time evolves and comes to a place where it renews again. There is first a purification time, then there's renewal time.
Mm-hmm.
We are getting very close to this time now. We were told that we would see America come and go. And in a sense, America is dying from within
Yeah.
because they forgot the instructions on how to live on earth. Everything is coming to a time where prophecy and man's inability to live on earth in a spiritual way will come to a crossroad of great problems. It's the Hopi belief, it's our belief that if you're not spiritually connected to the earth and understand the spiritual reality of how to live on earth, it's likely you will not make it.
Yep.
When Columbus came, that began what we term as the First World War. That was the true First World War when Columbus arrived. Because along with him came
Yep, they don't teach us that.
everybody from Europe. By the end of the Second World War, we were, in America, we were only 800,000
Mm-hmm.
from 60 million.
The
To 800,000,
genocide,
so-
the genocide they never talk about.
We were almost exterminated here in America.
Yep.
Everything is spiritual. Everything has a spirit. Everything was brought to you by the Creator, the one Creator. Some people call him God. Some people call him Buddha. Some people call him Allah. Some people call him other names. We call him Tonkashila, grandfather. We're here on earth only a few winters. Then we go to the spirit world.
Mm-hmm.
The spirit world is more real than most of us believe. The spirit world is everything. Over 95% of our body is water.
Yep.
And in order to stay healthy, you got to drink good water. When the European first came here, Columbus, we could drink out of any river. If the Europeans had lived the Indian way when they came, we'd still be drinking out of water because water is sacred. The air is sacred. Our DNA is made of the same DNA as the tree. The tree breathes what we exhale. When the tree exhales, we need what the tree exhales. So we have a common destiny with the tree. We are all from the earth. And when the earth, the water, the atmosphere is corrupted, then it will create its own reaction. The mother is reacting. In the Hopi prophecy, they say the storms and floods will become greater.
Yeah.
To me, it's not a negative thing to know that there will be great changes. It's not negative. It's evolution. When you look at it as evolution, it's time. Nothing stays the same. You should learn how to plant something. That's the first connection. You should treat all things as spirit. Realize that we are one family.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, beautiful.
It was awesome. Thanks for putting it up, Bamboo.
Yeah, thanks,
Cat
Bamboo.
Eye.
No, thanks, Cat's Eyes. I just played it for her. That's a great share.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome. It was perfect. I've
Beautiful.
seen it. Yeah, man.
There's probably more we can probably play.
Yeah, I can find more. Hold on. I'm gonna mute for a minute.
Okay, no problem. That's great. In the meantime, I'll try another nature shot. Nature shot. Stupid
Yeah.
commercial.
Like they said, everything has a spirit. We're connected. Don't fall asleep, Alex. Lol, Kimbo. Yeah, I'm holding.
Very place.
Native teachings. Do you everybody here? Kimber here, Loveball here, Tracy here, Bamboo here, Cateye, Jason. Would anybody see us in the future together at a ceremony at the powwow? You see us at the powwow ceremony in the future? You ever been to a powwow, Bamboo?
Not like a native tribe powwow, no. But I've called group meetings and stuff and things like that with friends, powwows, but that's not the same. So, no, can't say I have.
Are we gonna make like a talking stick?
Sorry, Jason?
Are we gonna make a talking stick?
Yeah. No, you're gonna make the wheat stick.
Yeah, we can do it all.
Wheat
Peace
stick.
pipe, weed stick,
No,
talking stick.
talking pipe.
What is the wheat? I mean the what do you call it? The stick? The talking stick? What is that?
The talking stick. Yeah, yeah. Whoever holds the stick, it's their turn to talk.
Really?
Yeah, you.
Okay, there you go,
Oh,
Bam.
it's in the private. Okay, all right.
Yeah, talking stick. I didn't know about that. That would be
Yeah,
cool.
Mary, they're awesome.
That would be cool. We sit in the sweat lodge. Of course, Cats wouldn't be able to come in because she's female. We'll have to make an exception.
Is there a spot on it? You want it's 38 minutes. You want to watch the whole thing?
It's up to you. It's up to anybody
Yeah,
in
it's
the
up
chat.
to yeah. Well,
I'm fine with it. I'm pretty sure Alex is and Jason.
yeah, cool. I'm cool with that too.
I just to let you know what they're saying, the Hopi prophecies, the
Yeah.
elders.
Let's
Has
take
a
a
lot
look.
to do with what's going on now. So, yeah.
You have find one specifically talking about the rainbow children?
I
Interesting.
can find one for you. I'm not sure we had one. Jason, do you remember? I'm not sure.
Because that's
I
where
do
we
know
are
that
now.
the rainbow prophecy itself is very short.
Ready to go whenever you are.
Go ahead. Oh,
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, basically, I think the rainbow children just passed. I think they're waking up right now.
yeah. Which is the rainbow is all the colors of nationality.
Yes, yes.
I'm just
It's gonna
thinking
be.
like I'm gonna try the 125 speed, which is just a tick tiny bit faster. It shouldn't mess up anything, but just speed up just a tiny bit. Or we can go normal, whatever you guys want. Let's just go normal. Yeah, might as well.
I don't know the difference.
We'll just hit it.
It's by Lee Brown. Oh yeah. Oh, Native American prophecy. Oh, cool.
Should be good
Uh-huh.
though.
And this concept. Yeah, okay.
Native people have many prophecies about this time. They say at the beginning of each cycle of time, the Great Spirit comes down through a messenger. He makes a strong appearance upon the earth. And we are coming to an end of a cycle now. It's not the first cycle. There was a cycle of spirit.
That's right.
There was a cycle of the mineral, the rock. There was a cycle of the plant.
We'll ask
And
Jason.
now we're in the cycle of the animal, coming to
Oh,
the
yeah.
end of that and beginning the cycle of the human being. When we get into the cycle of the human being, the highest and greatest powers that we have will be released to us and be released from that light or soul that we carry to the mind. But right now we're coming to the end of the animal cycle when we have investigated ourselves and learned what it is to be like an animal on this earth. And at the beginning of this cycle of time, long ago, the Great Spirit came down and he made an appearance. He gathered the peoples of the earth together, they say, on an island that is now beneath the water.
See.
And he said to the human beings, he said, I'm going to send you to 4 directions. And over time, I'm going to change you to 4 colors. But I'm going to give you some teachings, and you will call these the original teachings. And when you come back together with each other, you will share these so that you can live and have peace on earth, and a great civilization will come about. And he said, during this cycle of time, I'm going to give each of you 2 stone tablets. And he said, when I give you those stone tablets, don't cast them upon the ground. Because if any of the brothers and sisters of the 4 directions and the 4 colors cast their stone tablets on the ground, not only will the human beings have a hard time, but almost the earth itself would die. And so he gave us each a responsibility, and we call that the guardianship. And to the Indian people, the red people, he gave the guardianship of the earth. And we were to learn during this cycle of time the teachings of the earth and the plants that grow from the earth and the foods that you can eat and the herbs that are healing.
Yep.
So that when we came back together with the other brothers and sisters, we could share this knowledge with them.
From the earth.
Because something good was to happen on the earth. And to the south, he gave the yellow race of people the guardianship of the wind. And they were to learn about the sky and breathing and how to take that within ourselves for spiritual advancement. And they were to share that with us in this time. And to the west, where there's blackness of night, he gave the black race of people the guardianship of the water.
Peekaboo.
And they were to learn the teachings of the water, which is the chief of the elements. It is the most humble and also the most powerful. And to the north, where there's white snow on this continent, he gave the white race of people the guardianship of the fire. And if you look at the center of many of the things they do, you will find the fire. In this light bulb, they say that is the white man's fire. If you look at the center of a car, you will find a spark. If you look at the center of the airplane, the train, you will find the fire. And the fire moves, also consumes. This is why it was the white brothers and sisters that began to move upon the face of the earth and reunite us as a human family. Because they had the guardianship of the fire, this was their responsibility. And so a long time passed, and the Great Spirit gave each of the 4 races 2 stone tablets. Ours are kept at the Hopi Reservation in Arizona, at 4 Corners area. I've talked to people from the black race of people. Their stone tablets are at the foot of Mount Kenya. They are kept by the Kikuyu tribe. I once had the honor of presenting a sacred pipe of the Kikuyu tribe carved from the red pipestone of Mount Kenya. One time I was at an Indian spiritual gathering. Medicine man from South Dakota put a beaded medicine wheel in the middle of the gathering, and it had the 4 colors and the 4 directions. And he asked the people, where is this from? And they said, oh, probably Montana, South Dakota, maybe Saskatchewan. He said, this is from Kenya. It was beaded just like ours, same colors.
Wow.
The stone tablets of the yellow race of people are kept by the Tibetans in Tibet.
Tibet.
And the guardians of the traditions of the people of Europe are the Swiss.
Yep.
In Switzerland, they still have the mask day when each family brings out its mask. They still know the colors of their families. They still know their symbols, some of them. Each of these 4 keepers happen to be people that live in the mountains. If you went straight through the Hopi reservation to the other side of the world, you would come out in Tibet. The Tibetan word for sun is the Hopi word for moon. And the Hopi word for moon is the Tibetan word for sun, because they're on the opposite sides of the world. They said that the roads of this land would either go north-south or they would go east-west. If they went north-south, we would come together as brothers and sisters. If they went east-west, there would be destruction, and almost the earth itself would have a hard time. So you all know the roads went east-west. They said things then would be lost from the east to the west. They would be lost from the south to the north. But they would come back from the west to the east and come back from the north to the south. So in 1976, from the west to the east coast of this land, from San Francisco to Washington, D.C., people carried a sacred pipe bundle by hand on foot across this land. Because they said if we carried this bundle across the earth, the powers would begin to come back. It was carried from west to east. They said a spiritual fire would be lit in the north, and it would come down the northwest coast of this land. This is it. We have the capacity to start the spiritual fire now here. The old people long ago seen it and foretold it. So we went through the cycle of time. Each of the 4 races went to their directions and they learned their teachings.
Yeah.
And we were given a sacred handshake to show when we came back together as brothers and sisters that we remembered the teachings. It was indicated on the stone tablets that the Hopis had that the first brothers and sisters that would come back to them would come as turtles across the land. They would be human beings, but they would come as turtles. So when the time came close, the Hopis built a special village to welcome the turtles that would come across the land, and they got up in the morning and looked out at sunrise, and they looked out across the desert and they saw the Spanish coming covered in armor like turtles across the land. So this was them. So they went out to the Spanish man and they extended their hand, hoping for the handshake, but into the hand the Spanish man dropped a trinket. And so word spread throughout North America that there was going to be a hard time, that maybe some of the brothers and sisters had forgot the sacredness of all things, and all the human beings were going to suffer for this on the earth.
And now we are in that place.
So tribes began to send people to the mountains to have visions, to try to figure out how they could survive. At that time, there was 100,000 cities in the Mississippi Valley alone called the Mound Civilization. Cities built on great mounds. Those mounds are still there. There was 100,000 cities of native people.
Yeah.
And
I
they
didn't know that.
how they could survive, live off the land, because they knew a hard time was going to come. They began to send people to have visions to see how we could survive this time. People came on the East Coast, and we were told in the prophecies that we should try to remind all the people that would come here of the sacredness of all things. And if we could do that, there would be peace on earth. But if we did not do that, when the roads went clear from east to west, and when the other races or colors of the earth had walked clear across this land, if by that time we had not come together as a human family, the Great Spirit would grab the earth with his hand and shake it.
Okay. Yeah.
And
That's
so
what
if
he's
you read the
doing.
treaty negotiations from Red Jacket of the Six Nations on the east coast of this land, clear to Chief Joseph and Chief Seattle on the west coast of this land, they all said the same thing. Chief Joseph said, I accord you the right, and I hope that you accord me the right to live in this land. We always were trying to live together. But instead of living together, you all know there was separation, there was segregation. They separated the races, they separated the Indians, and they separated the blacks. So when they got to the west coast of this land, the elders that were aware of many of these prophecies, when they got to the west coast of this land, they said they would then begin to build a black ribbon. And on this black ribbon, they would move a bug. And when you begin to see this bug moving on the land, that was a sign for the first shaking of the earth. And this first shaking of the earth would be so violent that this bug would be shaken off the earth into the air, and it would begin to move and fly in the air. And by the end of this shaking, this bug would be in the air around the world. And behind it would be a trail of dirt. And eventually, the whole sky of the entire earth would become dirty from these trails of dirt. And this would cause many diseases that would get more and more complicated. So the bug moving on the land, of course, it's easy to see now. In 1908, the Model T Ford was mass-produced for the first time. So the elders knew the first shaking of the earth was about to come about. That's the First World War. In the First World War, the airplane came into wide usage for the first time. That was the bug moving into the sky.
Yep.
And so then they knew that something very important would happen. There would be an attempt to make peace on earth on the west coast of this land. And so the elders began to watch for this. And they began to hear that there was going to be a League of Nations in San Francisco. So the elders gathered in Arizona around 1920 or so, and they wrote a letter to Woodrow Wilson, and they asked if Indian people could be included in the League of Nations. At that time, the United States Supreme Court had held that a reservation is a separate and semi-sovereign nation, not a part of the United States, but protected by it. And this was a concern because people didn't want the reservations to become more and more separate. They didn't want them to be considered nations. So they did not write back, and the native people were left out of the League of Nations. So that circle was incomplete. In the League of Nations circle, there was the southern door, the yellow people. There was the western door, the black people. There was the northern door, the white people. But the eastern door was not attended. And the elders knew that peace would not come on earth until the circle of humanity is complete. Until all the four colors sit in a circle and share their teachings, then peace will come on earth. So they knew things would happen. Things would speed up a little bit. There would be a cobweb built around the earth. and people would talk across this cobweb. When this talking cobweb, the telephone, was built around the earth,
Yep.
a sign of life would appear in the east, but it would tilt and bring death. It would come with the sun, but the sun itself would rise one day, not in the east, but in the west. So the elders said, when you see the sun rising in the west, and you see the sign of life reversed and tilted in the east, you know that the great death is to come upon the earth. And now the Great Spirit will grab the earth again in his hand and shake it. And this shaking will be worse than the first. So the sign of life reversed and tilted, they called that the swastika. And the sun rising in the west was the rising sun of Japan. These two symbols are carved in stone in Arizona. When the elders seen these two flags, these were the signs that the earth was to be shaken again. And the worst misuse of the guardianship of fire is called the gourd of ashes. They said a gourd of ashes will fall from the air. It will make the people like blades of grass in a prairie fire, and things will not grow for many seasons. The elders tried to contact President Roosevelt and ask him not to use the gourd of ashes because it would have great effects upon the earth and eventually cause an even greater destruction in the third shaking of the earth, the Third World War. So they knew that after the second shaking of the earth and they saw the gourd of ashes fall from the sky, they knew then there would be try to make peace on the other side of this land. And because the peace attempt on the west coast had failed, they would build a special house on the east coast of this Turtle Island, North America. And all the nations and the peoples would come to this house, and it would be called the House of Mica. It would shine like the mica on the desert shines. So the elders began to see they were building the United Nations made out of glass that reflects like the mica on the desert. So they knew that this is the House of Mica, and all the peoples of the earth should go to it. So they met and talked about this. They said that in 1920s they had written and they had not been responded to. So this time they said, we better go to the front door of the House of Mica because things might get a lot worse. So elders representing a number of tribes, I believe, drove to New York City. When the United Nations opened, they went to the front door of the House of Mica. And they said these words, we represent the indigenous people of North America, and we wish to address the nations of the earth. And they said, we're going to give you 4 days to consider whether or not we will be allowed to speak. And they retreated to one of the Six Nations reserves in New York State. The Six Nations reserves are the keepers of the great law of peace of the prophet that appeared here in North America, Daganawida. And this great law of peace is still recited. It takes 4 days between sunrise and noon each year in Indian by memory. It's recited about this time of year. 4 days later they came back, and I believe the nations of the earth, they heard that the Indians had come to the door. And they voted to let the Indians in. They wanted to hear what they had to say. But the United States is one of 5 nations, and the United Nations with a veto power, and still they were concerned because this time the native sovereignty was even stronger. And I believe they vetoed the entrance of the native people. So then they knew other things would happen on the earth, and the United Nations would not bring peace on earth, but there would be continuing and deepening confusion, and that the little wars would get worse. So they retreated to the Six Nations Reserve, and they talked about this, and they said the time is really getting close now, 1949. They said, we're going to divide the United States into 4 sections, and each year we're going to have a gathering, and we're going to call these the White Roots of Peace gatherings. They begin to have these around 1950. And they authorized certain men to speak in English for the first time about these prophecies. One that I used to listen to many times over and over was Thomas Benyaka. He was a Hopi. He is a Hopi man who was authorized to speak in English about what was on the stone tablets. And he spent his lifetime, has dedicated his lifetime to doing this. And they begin to tell us at these gatherings, they said, in your lifetime you're going to see things happen. It was strange when they said it in the 1950s and 1960s, but now it seems very clear, but then it was unusual. They said you're going to see a time in your life men are going to become women. The Great Spirit, he's going to make a
Really?
man on the earth. He made him a man, but this man's going to say, I know more than the Great Spirit. I'm going to change myself to be a woman. And they will even
Isn't that the tranny agenda?
the Great Spirit's going to make a woman on this
Klux
earth.
Klan.
She's going to say, I know more than the Great Spirit. I want to be a man. And she will be physically a man.
See how
It
they
sounded-
emphasize it first?
He said, you're going to see a time in your lifetime, the human beings are going to find the blueprint that makes us. They're going to find the blueprint that makes us.
The DNA.
They call it now DNA, dinucleic acid. And they said they're going to cut this blueprint. They call that now genetic splicing. They said they're going to make new animals upon the earth. And they're going to think these are going to help us. And it's going to seem like they do help us. But maybe the grandchildren and great-grandchildren, they're going to suffer. I don't know if you heard on the news last month, in the United States now, they have genetically spliced a new germ, never before released in the environment. They want to release this germ into the cotton fields of the South they say it will rejuvenate and strengthen the cotton. They had scientists on the CBS Evening News the other night talking about it, and one scientist, he said what the elders said in 1950. He says, this will not harm us. We can put it in a lot of tests. And the other scientist, he said what the elders also said. He said, no, this has never before been in the environment. We have no idea what it will do. But the elders spoke of it long ago. They said it will seem harmless, but it will hurt the great-grandchildren. The elders said long ago, they will release these things. They will use them. This is going to be released not too long from now. They're making new animals. The elders talked about this. They said you will see new animals, and even the old animals will come back. Animals that people thought had disappeared, they will find them here and there. They begin to reappear. They said you will see a time, about this time, they said, there's going to be a time when the eagle will fly its highest in the night, and it will land upon the moon. Some tribes say the eagle will circle the moon. Some tribes say the eagle will fly its highest in the night. And at that time, they say, many of the native people will be sleeping, which symbolically means they have lost their teachings. Or some tribes say it will be as if they're frozen. They've been through the long winter. But they say when the eagle flies its highest in the night, that will be the first light of a new day. That will be the first thawing of spring. Of course, at the first light of a new day, if you stayed up all night, you notice it's really dark. And the first light, you want to see it, but you can't. It sneaks up on you. You want to see it change, but it was dark, and then pretty soon it's getting light before you know it. We're at that time now. The eagle has landed on the moon, 1969. When that spaceship landed, they sent back the message, the eagle has landed. Traditional Native people from clear up in the Inuit that had shared with us, they had this prophecy clear down to the Quechuas in South America who shared with us, they had this prophecy. When they heard those first words, the eagle has landed, they knew that was the start of a new time and a new power for Native people. There is absolutely nothing strong before us now. We may do anything we wish. In 1776, when the United States government printed the dollar in one claw, if you've ever noticed, there's an olive branch in this claw. They said that represented peace. The Indian elders shared with me in South Dakota were to them that represents the enslavement of black people. In the prophecies of the Six Nations people, they say there will be two great uprisings by black people to free themselves. We've seen one about 1964. There will be a second, more violent one to come. And the other claw is 13 arrows. The founding fathers of the United States said that represents the 13 states.
13
but
colors.
they say the elders, that represents the enslavement of Native people. When the eagle landed on the moon, they decided to print a special silver dollar to commemorate that. I don't know how many of you noticed it. The original design showed the spaceship landing on the moon, but at the last minute it was changed to an actual eagle. And in the eagle's claws is the olive branch, but the arrows are gone. And the elders said, that's our prophecy. We have been released. There was one more uprising coming for the black race of people, and then they will be released. And this is also going to have an effect on Native people, a good effect. But we're in that time now. We're between the first light of a new day and the sunrise. The sunrise is about to come. When it comes up, everyone is going to see it. But you know how it is in the village. There's a few people that get up early, and there's some that sleep till noon. And they
Yeah,
say when that eagle lands on the moon, the powers begin to come back to us.
I
You
would
know, as
miss
an
it.
alcoholic person, I feel that one of our greatest diseases is alcoholism. And within 7 days of the time the eagle landed on the moon, the first native alcoholism program was started on an Apache reservation in Arizona. Within 7 days of the time the eagle landed on the moon, the Freedom of Indian Religion Act was introduced into the United States Congress in 1978. It was signed by President Carter. I believe it was November 10th. It was punishable at one time to go to jail for 10 years and or a $10,000 fine for singing a song or doing a sweat. This was changed in 1978. The legislation was introduced in 1969, less than 7 days after the eagle landed on the moon. These are the physical manifestations of the spiritual prophecies that we have. So he said at this time you're going to see things will speed up. The people on the earth will move faster and faster. Grandchildren will not have time for grandparents. Parents will not have time for children. It seems like time is going faster and faster, and the elders advised us, as things speed up, you yourself should slow down. The faster things go, the slower you go.
Yeah. And we don't.
Because there's going to come a time when the earth is going to be shaken a third time. The Great Spirit has been shaking the earth 2 times, the First and Second World Wars, to remind us that we are a human family, to remind us that we should have greeted each other as brothers and sisters. We had a chance after each shaking to come together in a circle that would have brought peace on earth. But we missed that. Last night they were talking on the news about the sign for the third shaking of the earth. I heard it sitting in the airport after I missed my plane. They said they're going to build what the elders called the house in the sky. In the 1950s they talked about this. They will build a house and throw it into the sky. When you see people living in the sky on a permanent basis, you will know the Great Spirit is about to grab the earth. This time not with one hand, but with both hands. Many of you from the background may have heard the spirits will warn you twice, but the third time you stand alone. We've had 2 warnings, the first 2 world wars, but now we stand alone in the third one. As it says in the Baha'i writings, there will be no one protected. When this house is in the sky, the Great Spirit's going to shake the earth a third time, and whoever dropped that gourd of ashes upon them is going to drop. They say at that time there will be villages in this land so great that when you stand in these villages, you will not be able to see out. And in the prophecies, these were called villages of stone, or prairies of stone. And they said the stone will grow from the ground and you'll not be able to see beyond the village. And at the center of each and every one of these villages, there will be native people, and they will walk as hollow shells upon a prairie of stone. They said hollow shells, this means they will have lost many of their traditional understandings. They will be empty within. They said after the eagle lands on the moon, some of these people will begin to leave these prairies of stone and come home and take up some of the old ways and begin to make themselves reborn, because it's a new day. But many will not. And they said there's going to come a time when in the morning the sun is going to rise and those villages of stone will be there. And in the evening there will just be steam coming from the ground. It will be as steam. And in the center of many of those villages of stone, when they turn to steam, the native people will turn to steam also, because they never woke up and left the village. And this used to bother me when I was a young man. I used to ask the elders, isn't there anything we can do? And they said, well, it's just that way that if the person does not have the spiritual eyes to see, it's very hard to show them.
Yeah.
If they don't have the ears to hear, it's very hard to speak with them.
Wow. Yeah.
We wish that we could go with them all, but we can't. It's just that some are not going to wake up. But some will wake up.
That's what's happening now.
It's going to be the third shaking of the earth. It's going to be not a good thing to see, but we will survive it. We will survive it. And when we survive it, then there's going to be another attempt to make a circle of the human beings on the earth. And this time the native people will not have to petition to join, but will be invited to enter the circle, because they say the attitude towards us will have changed by then. And people will invite us into the circle, and all the four colors of the four directions will share their wisdoms, and there will be a peace on earth. This is coming close. All times when I share this message of the prophecies, people say, can't we change it? Could we stop it? The answer is yes. The prophecies are always either or. We could have came together way back there in 1565, and we could have had a great civilization, but we didn't. Always along the path of these prophecies, we could have came together. We still could. If we could stop racial and religious disharmony, we would not have to go through this third shaking. The elders say the chance of that is pretty slim. It seems to me like it's pretty slim too. But they say what we can do is we can cushion it. The word we use is cushion. We can cushion it, so it won't be quite as bad. How do we do this? We do this by sharing the teaching that will reunite us.
Yeah.
The Hopis and the prophecies say there will be a religion that comes here. Maybe it will be true and bring unity, or maybe it will not bring unity. If it does not bring unity, a second religion will come.
Yeah.
And the people of this religion are known in the Hopi language as the Bahani, the people of Baha. Ni means people of. So I was looking for the people of Baha. I wondered who the people of Baha were. Baha, it means light or glory. Baha'i means followers of the light, or the people of Baha. We've been waiting for these people a long time. They say they will bring a teaching that will unite the earth. So we need to share this teaching. They say the fire will come from the north. So here we are in a circle in the north, talking about the Bahanis, the people of Baha, and the teachings of Baha. When I heard about these, none of them made any sense. But now most of it has come to pass. Last night on the news, they said the house in the sky will be put up in 1996. The earth as we know it is going to change. Each of us carry, I believe, a sacred drop of light. In the Indian teachings, they say it takes 9 ancestors to agree before conception can occur. 9 ancestors of the husband and the wife have to come together in the spiritual realm and say, we will bring life before a woman can become pregnant. At that time, the soul.
World. Yeah, it's the new world.
My first daughter, and a man who, from the blood reserve, who went to South Dakota and was the first blood to pierce for, in 82 years, he came to my house by coincidence 4 days before my wife went into labor. Each night we had the ceremony. And on the morning after the 4th ceremony, my wife went into labor at sunrise. And that night at sunset, the daughter was born. And I took her out and I cut the cord, and I noticed that at the Sundance that the Lakota people do in South Dakota, they pass that pipe 3 times and they don't take it in the 4th time. And even in Washington, I've heard the coming of a child is like the coming of a new pipe. And when I was delivering my daughter, I happened to notice that the skull came out 3 times. And on the 4th time, her head came out like the coming of a pipe. So I took her out and I cleaned her up and I washed her, and first I put her on the mother instantly. But then after a few minutes, we washed her up. There was a circle of people just about like this around my wife and praying, and people with different backgrounds. And we looked up, and through the ceiling came a small drop of blue light. When it got close to the child, you could not see it. That was her soul. She would carry that light throughout earth. And that is her special uniqueness as a being, her spiritual power. In that are her gifts. After we go through, and then we carry it back here, and it radiates to the mind, but for some reason in this cycle, we've been in the lower natures, the animal part. But now we're going into the human world. The mind is going to be opened up to the radiance of that, our own soul. And the cycle of the human beings is going to come about. And something so good is going to happen on this earth that cannot even be described. The elders say it in different ways. They say something like this. They say, There will be grass at that time when they make that circle and bring the peace on the earth. There will be blades of grass that have not quite come through the earth. Even they will try to push themselves up to be part of that day when the sun rises. They say out here outside this building, long before there was the fairgrounds here, there were native people. They say many of these native people in different tribes, they were aware of these things, and they told their children. Their children grew up. You know, one time the people came from the Hopis, scientists came to the Hopis, and they said, we want to take a piece of the stone tablets. Well, they said, we want to take the stone tablets to a scientific laboratory to determine how old they are. The Hopi said, we know how old they are. Well, the scientist says, we want to confirm it. Well, the Hopis let them take a little piece, and they did that, the carbon dating method. They found these tablets were at least 10,000 years old, maybe 50. So when I say thousands of years ago there were native people that spoke of these things, that's exactly what I mean. They told their children. And thousands of years ago, their children grew up and told their children.
Yep.
And then their children grew up and told their children. And they spoke about the people that will live at this time, and now it is us. We are the ones they spoke of long ago. They say to be allowed to become into creation and live upon the earth at this time is a great honor. In the cycle of time, from the beginning to the end, this time that we're in now, the change, the purification of all things, they say this is the hardest time to live, but it's also the greatest honor to be allowed to live and see this.
We truly live in a transformational time.
Yeah.
In the state of Washington in 1855, they signed treaties and made 22 Indian reservations. They wanted to do it before there was problems. They thought they were advanced at the time. They had learned from what had happened elsewhere. They made 22 Indian reservations, and the elders spoke in 1855, and they said, we're going to become weaker, and you're going to become stronger, and if you wish to break these treaties, you may do so. They said, but there's going to come a time when the earth itself will rise up and purify itself, and this will be announced. It will be announced by the speaking of one of 16 great ones on the west coast of this land. One first of the 16 great ones speaks, the purification will have begun. It was a little over 5 years ago when Mount St. Helens, one of the 16 great volcanoes on the west coast of this land, spoke. The Seattle Times did a special interest story. They went over to Watson Totus and Woodrow Bill. They asked Watson Totus and Woodrow Bill, as spiritual people of the Yakima Nation, what does this mean? What they said was so profound that they didn't put it on page 16, they put it on the front page of the Seattle Times. They said this means that the races and nations of the earth should slow down and come together and talk to each other. That's exactly what it meant. And we had 4 years and 4 days to do that. 4 years and 4 days later, Mount St. Helens went off the second time. That was last spring, just about this time. That was our grace period. We could have still done something really good, but now things are going to speed up. Now things are going to really happen fast. Time is going to go so fast. The more we share the message, the more we will cushion the third shaking of the earth, then the easier it will be on ourselves and others. A good friend of mine in Montana, his grandmother just passed away last year. The last thing she said to him was, make a place for yourself in the mountains, because the air would become so hot down here where they were at on the reservation. It would be hard to breathe. And it won't be long. That's the last thing she told her grandson when she was passing. Go into the mountains and make a place for yourself. Put some things there that you can survive with. The people are going to run to the mountains to survive. And the native people must be ready for this. And they're going to turn to the native people, and they're going to turn to the local spiritual assemblies. So this is that time. We are now within the purification of all things. Non-natives call this the apocalypse. The native elders call this the purification. I want to share one non-native prophecy with you. There was a prophet, or a seer, not a prophet, but a seer in Europe. His name was Nostradamus. I'm sure many of you have heard of him. He foresaw 3 great shakings of the earth. He said the third shaking would begin when Lesser Arabia and Persia engaged in a war. 5 years ago, when Mount St. Helens went off, Iraq attacked Iran. Lesser Arabia today is called Iraq. Persia is called Iran. These two prophecies coincide. Both the native elders and Nostradamus said this will start slowly, almost unnoticed by the peoples of the earth, but it will eventually involve us all. Eventually the gourds of ashes will fall from the sky so much that the river that runs through the center of this turtle island, the Mississippi River, will boil from the heat of the gourds of ashes that will fall on this land. But don't despair. It sounds terrible, but we will survive it. We will live through it. So, in closing, I would like to call on each and every person, regardless of who you are, young or old, native or non-native, to arise now and to awake, to embrace this time, to learn everything you can about the teachings and the writings, to arise and awake and go forth, all the peoples of the earth. You're going to find them. Peoples everywhere are now receptive to the message. It is time to arise and awake and go forth and teach. There's people out there waiting to hear. Waiting to hear.
Very, very true. Well, we're seeing it now to come unfold of the prophecy, what he just spoke about.
Wow. Very deep. Great video.
Yeah, that was
Right.
he
Amazing.
went. He talked about the I think the Rainbow Warriors too. What's happening now?
Yep.
Yeah, that was very good. That was interesting.
Yeah.
I
Great
know it
share.
took long, but it's
No, that
worth
was
listening.
deep. That was great.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he went in detail.
this is why I do a lot of research with Jason on prophecies with the Hopi. There's a lot more connection with it. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's goes on and on. Crucial info.
You
I
have
don't know
anything to
what
say,
the.
Jason?
Oh yeah, Jason.
I put the link to that text from that speech in the chat. I don't know
Oh,
if y'all got it
What
or are interested. Your stream chat.
um, earlier or just now?
Earlier. I
Oh,
can put it again if you want it.
yeah, because I don't see it.
stream chat.
I mean, it's what they are saying is what's happening now. We were just talking about the
Mhm.
Hopis, right? They all got divided. They want to be in the world. They don't want to come back to their roots. They don't want to know nothing about their, their culture. They don't want to have nothing to do with it. And that's what he's saying is that it's happening now about the tribes, not just the Hopis, but mostly all of them.
No doubt.
And there is awakening. And this is what I told Jason that I had felt
It's the
for a while.
spiritual world.
Exactly. But the natives, they're all going to come in one, all natives. It doesn't matter where you're from, what kind of
That's it. They gotta unite
ethnicity.
together.
Yeah,
They gotta
it does
unite together.
right. If you're Apache,
No way.
Cherokee,
Doesn't
any
matter.
tribe, right? They're all gonna
All
come
First
together
Nations,
at the
all
one.
natives
Mhm.
coming
They're all
together.
gonna.
That's the
Mhm.
real uprising. And heck, I'm not even necessarily native blood, but I'll be behind that if I was
And
amongst it. If I had
yeah,
a chance.
and him talking about the
Freaking tribe.
tablets. There's 4 tablets. Or wait, 4. Is it 4, Jason? 3, and the other
Uh,
one, which is the
one
Bukashina.
one second. Okay.
It.
Each of the 4 races were given 2 tablets.
Mhm.
If that's what you're asking. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
The
black race.
races. Oh,
Say again?
okay. Okay, so
The
sorry.
yeah, the black race keeps their tablets allegedly near Mount Kenya. The white tablets are in Switzerland. The Hopi obviously have the the red race tablets, and the yellow race tablets are in Tibet.
Mhm.
I
The
never
interesting,
heard of this.
Yeah, neither have
Oh,
I. Interesting.
oh,
yeah, yeah.
these
The
are the
interesting thing
issues.
about it, the
Mhm.
interesting thing about it is there's a corner missing from the
Yeah,
red race tablets.
which is
One of the tablets is missing a corner, and um, there is a figure who, oddly enough, matches Jesus. They call him Pahana, or the true white brother. And he's when he returns, he's supposed to bring that corner to prove who
yeah,
he is.
yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
This is part of our research, Alex, that
Interesting
we
indeed.
found. Yeah.
So you and your perspective on it, Jason, Cathay, and Bluetooth. Um, with what do you understand with people say Jesus coming back? Is it Jesus coming back or the Christ consciousness?
I see stories all over America, and of course, each one has a different name. Viracocha is one of them. Quetzalcoatl, Viracocha, Pahana. They all describe a white-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed person who came to the Americas,
Hmm.
walked on water, did all the normal stuff that's attributed to Jesus, preached a message of peace. Um, and of course, as far as the Bible goes, there's a period of time that the Bible doesn't cover where Jesus, nobody knows where he went or what he did,
Hmm.
but there's stories of him all over, with different names. You gotta look at the different names. Um,
Yes, the stories of Jesus that he went to Asia and met with
Yeah,
Buddha
yeah.
and talked with Buddha in the 30 years that he was missing.
Mm.
Oh, Alex playing peekaboo.
Oh,
uh,
What happened? Oh,
Mr. Kimba,
I just jumped. I jumped.
you asked, how do we really know?
That's okay.
And we don't. We don't really know because none of us were there. All we have is stories from different cultures all around the world
Yeah.
saying the same thing. They got the same character, which is
Yes,
very very intriguing.
Yeah, it is.
But we don't actually know. We don't have a smoking gun or anything like that. We do have a lot of evidence. So I wouldn't say that we know. I would say that we highly suspect.
I think that's a good way of saying it. I don't know if we're ever gonna. Well, I for darn sure know we're never gonna know it all. So our best speculation, as honest as we can be, is all we got.
yeah. You see, if we go back to what this man was saying, how we have to go up high in the mountains and be prepared and make sure you're ready. That I have said that to Jason too, because and give him warnings, of course, because whatever is coming, we got to go to the higher places to
You
be
got to stay
safe.
ready. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
and be
total
ready.
validity in that, no doubt.
Yeah, and a lot of times, what he said, we are still asleep. There are people waking up, but there are many still asleep. And unfortunately,
Yeah,
they're gonna miss it.
and
I,
unfortunately, we can't save them all. Heck,
Yeah,
if we
exactly.
save one or two, that's good. But like
That's gonna.
even people in our own family, we can't most. Well, at least me, I failed in so many ways trying to wake them up. But in general, everybody, yeah, we have a good heart. We want everybody to be okay. But like we can't change their minds about things. At some point, it's not worth it because we're draining ourselves. We have to save
Hmm.
ourselves first.
Yeah.
So,
yes, You have to work on yourself first. Be strong mentally, spiritually, emotionally,
and go from
physically.
there. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think that we don't know that someone hasn't come down and just said this is how it is and this is what's going to happen. This is Jesus. He really was here, and none of that, or any of that stuff, right? The reason we don't, I think, the reason that we don't know this stuff is that if this fifth world is coming, we have to be prepared to live in this fifth world, and there's not going to be a place for like negativity and stuff like that, according to the
No,
tales, the
it's
stories,
gonna,
the oral traditions. And it's a choice that we have to make ourselves. We have to learn these lessons ourselves. And if somebody came down and told us, we would just act that way and not know why.
exactly. Yes. Oh yeah, Bamboo. Can you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in the chat right now.
Yeah.
Check if you can open that video. It's a very good video. I've played it on my
Okay.
stream when they took my channel down. But everybody should see this video. It talks about, it's called the mechanics of ascension, the scientific part.
Okay. Well, yeah, as long as it's okay with cats, yeah, I'll get it ready.
Yeah, that's fine. This is very interesting, huh? This is what my channel does, though.
The mechanics of ascension, or is it a different one? Is that the
No,
one?
that one. Yes,
That
the
one.
one I put in the chat.
Yeah.
That one we can play
Let's see.
also on the screen. It is just a guy doing a presentation, a very interesting presentation that I think everybody on the earth should see.
Yeah.
But
It should be there.
You know, the strangest thing that my last message was, Alex, that grandfather gave me to give to the people on the internet, of most of all my panel, is that he wants unity, but with him, not with the people, but with him. And that's what the Hopi prophecy is all about, is unity. And it's where that I'm seeing that it's reminding me of what grandfather told me of that message to
Yeah.
give out was unity.
That's all. That's all that matters. Yeah.
So it
yeah,
matches what the prophecy, what the Hopi said.
Love and unity.
Yeah.
The unity, energy,
Mm-hmm.
vibration.
yeah.
And every.
Cooperation, not trying to put one down, working together, really working together.
Yep. Yep.
Well,
And not crying wolf and being. We got to be more thick-skinned. We can't be so sensitive. I mean, come on.
That's true. A lot of people are too. It has to be a balance. You see, balance is key in
Balance is
everything.
everything. It's everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah. Whatever video he had, I got it ready to go. If you want to play it, cats or.
Oh yeah, cat size.
Yes.
You check this
oh,
this out. It's very
yeah.
interesting one. You're all gonna find it very interesting. The
Danny
ones that are
Searle,
here,
The Mechanics of Ascension.
I don't know
yes,
why I'm having. There you go.
the one here are meant to see you then.
Yeah.
All right. Let's give it a try.
Amber.
I should just play cats? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no paradigm shift coming.
First presenter is Danny Searle. Danny Searle presented previously at Paradox Summit. This is his second presentation, and basically today he'll be talking about the mechanics of ascension and taking us through some of the information we need to know around that. And Danny is a counsellor, author, and presenter. He's worked in this field for over 25 years. He's presented in 6 countries. He's appeared on Australian Story, Today Tonight, and A Current Affair. He's featured both on print media and has conducted radio interviews in Asia, USA, and Europe. Danny is a psychic practitioner combining psychology and kinesiology. He's also published 3 books, which are available here today and also on Amazon. His YouTube channel is Path to Ascension and has over 5 million views. So please make welcome Danny Searle.
Okay, Mechanics of Ascension. G'day, guys. Thank you for coming today. So basically, some of you may have seen one of my books is called The Ascension Guide. And that has got to do what I wrote for individual ascension. If you wanted to go off tomorrow and learn how to ascend, that's the book. But then I got asked the question, well, what about everyone else? What does everyone else do? Not everyone's going to do that. That's what I'm talking about today. So it's what I call the mechanics of ascension, because it covers the actual mechanisms that go along with it. So the first thing we've got to talk about is DNA. Deribonucleic acid. Big word. Everyone sort of knows what DNA is, right? Okay, getting there. So it's made up of codes, A, G, C, and T. You don't need to remember all this. I'm just going to quickly go through it. So it's made up in bases, and each pair, is joined with A and T and C and G. And then they have a base sugar, phosphate, and a nucleotide. And that's sort of what DNA looks like. Everyone's used to seeing the double helix. Its destruction. It looks a little bit like a ladder. This will all become important later, okay? So junk DNA. Scientists talk about junk DNA. What is junk DNA? They say that 97% of your DNA is junk DNA. That's because they can't figure out what it does. And they've been testing this stuff since the 80s. They still don't know what it is, so they call it junk DNA. So as I said, they don't know what it does. Now we move on to amino acids. So amino acids form proteins. And there's 64 possible codes of proteins on your DNA right now. But here's the weird thing. Only 20 of them are active. Only 20 of them are turned on, which doesn't make sense, but it will in a minute. So 44 codes are not active. And nature doesn't waste anything, right? It uses everything. So there's a reason why those codes aren't turned on right now.
Interesting.
So jumping now, so we all understand DNA. Now the link between emotions and DNA. Is there a link? Yes, there is. So emotions are a realm that we can't see. We can't physically see them, but we know they're real, don't we? Because you all experience them. So we know that emotions are real, but they're coming from a different part of us. And so what people think is emotion, like screaming or yelling, getting angry, that's just the physical manifestation of it. The actual emotion itself is a vibration or an energy. Do you understand that? It's not a physical thing.
Totally.
The physical thing you
can't even really see
is
it.
that. That's the final manifestation of an emotion.
It's a vibration.
Which tells us that emotions are coming from somewhere else. And they have a vibratory frequency to them. So Hans Jenny, this guy in the 60s, decided to do some experiments to figure all this out. And he put medium, like sand, milk, all sorts of things, onto tin, and then he put sound waves through it to make it vibrate. And he found that the more he made it vibrate, the higher the frequency, the more intense patterns it created. And the lower the frequency, the less intense patterns, okay? So he drew this correlation between frequency and vibration. So the same thing happens with your emotions. If you have high emotions, it creates a high vibration. If you have low negative emotions, it creates a low negative vibration.
Yep.
So there's basically only two sets of emotions in humans. Love and fear. Everything else derives from those two things. Just keep that in mind.
Evil, really. Or fear, I guess.
So now we're going to look at the link between your emotions and your DNA. And yes, there is one. So when I'm talking about fear-based emotions, I'm talking about these sort of things here. Anger, hate, jealousy, greed, vanity, self-loathing, addictions, manipulation, control, judgment. There's a ton more, but they're just the basic ones, okay? So they're fear-based emotions. So if I say to you, you're living in a fear-based mentality, you're doing one of those things. And same goes, Sorry, and fear has a long wave. So everyone
Did the guy
understands
just fart?
sound
I think he
waves, how
did.
sound waves go through the air. Vibration works exactly the same. So with hate, anger, fear, it's a long, slow wave like that. Okay? Then we've got the love-based ones. So they're compassion, happiness, self-love, kindness, supportive, unconditional love, balance, calm, non-judgmental. Like I said, there's a lot more. They're just the basic ones. So if I say to you, you're in a love vibration or you need to live in a love vibration, this is what I'm talking about in your daily life, trying to maintain these sort of thoughts and behaviours.
Exactly.
So love has a very high frequency, like that. It goes up and down really quickly.
It's up. I say bless up.
So now we've got a thing called the DNA effect. And the DNA effect is an experiment that was done by the Russians way back, late 80s, maybe early 90s. And what they did is they got some photons. Photons are just packets of light. Light travels in photons, okay? And just packets of light. And they put them into a vacuum tube. And as expected, when they tested where the photons were in the vacuum tube, they were just all over the place, right? Like a dog's breakfast, they were everywhere.
Dog's breakfast.
So then they put into the vacuum tube a little piece of DNA, a sample of DNA. They retested it again, and lo and behold, all of the photons lined up exactly with the DNA, exactly. And then they took the DNA out, and the photons remained in the shape of the DNA in exactly the same direction. And this is what's known as the phantom DNA effect. So they basically bridge an important gap between the physical and the spiritual, okay? That's what it's telling us. The physical being the DNA, the light being the spiritual, etheric. That's what it is, right? Can anyone hold light? No. You can't touch it or feel it, but you can see it, right?
Our energy
Etheric.
has light. We can't see it. Clear.
It also tells us the DNA works as an antenna for light. Because remember, when they put the DNA in, the light lined up with the DNA, didn't it? The DNA became an antenna, if you like. So now we're going to jump to the blue star prophecy. A lot of you probably
it's
heard of the
round.
Hopi Indian of Arizona, in most of Arizona, in the USA. So we've got the Hopi Indian. Hopi are very spiritual people. They were around a lot longer, or a lot earlier than the other Indian nations in America. They got direct knowledge, if you like, from star people. So that's part of their prophecies. When the blue star Kachina makes its appearance in the heavens, the fifth world will emerge.
There will come a time when a blue star will appear in the sky. Its light will shatter the darkness of the night. This blue star will bring a wind like that which has not been seen on Earth in a long time. The blue star will bring a fire. This fire will be so bright and hot that it will transform the matter of the universe. The blue light from this star is a signal that shall end the fourth world. The blue star will cause the oceans to rise and topple upon the land, flooding the world. All living things will perish in this great catastrophe.
Okay, so these extracts I've taken from Paul Levialat, his DVD, Earth Under Fire, if you're interested in seeing the whole thing. Paul basically discovered a message in the zodiac where he found that Scorpio and Sagittarius are the only ones in the zodiac that have arrows or pointing something, okay? So they appear to be pointing out the centre of the galaxy, okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? So 14,000 years ago, they actually lined up exactly where the centre of the galaxy is. So Sagittarius now misses the centre by 2.5 degrees, but it was on target 14,000 years ago. And Harrow Sharpley was the guy in 1917 that first discovered where the centre of the galaxy is, but he was off by 3.3 degrees. So what's amazing with that is the ancients were 8 times better than they were in 1917, right? Probably going to get off track here and confuse people. Anyone heard of the Anunnaki? They're the ones that created the zodiac, okay? Long story, can't talk about it now, but that's why, 14,000 years ago, because that's when they did it. That's why it lined up then. So he suggests that the ancients were warning us about a coming catastrophe, specifically an explosion in the centre of our galaxy. So the galaxy is about 23,000 light years. That's where we are at the moment. We're 23,000 light years from the centre of the galaxy. And we're on one of the fringe, the spiral arms of the fringe. And you see that at night. It's basically the Milky Way. You've all seen the Milky Way. So that's what it looks like, the rear view, side view, and the top view. So we see that real view, the Milky Way, okay? But that's the spiral arm that we're on. So the only time the centre of the galaxy comes visible to us is when there's an outburst, what they call a galactic outburst, or an explosion. And spiral galaxies like we live, they come in two varieties. Cepheid and quiescent are the two terms that they use. It just means one's exploded and one hasn't. That's all it means. And they're normally in their quiescence phase for probably 80% of the time. But 1 in 6 are Cepheid, meaning they're exploded. So NASA knows about this. They study them, right? They got pictures of them. You can get them on the internet. So yeah, most of the time we're in quiescent phase. So, and it can last for hundreds or thousands of years, but they're always happening all over the place.
For the Hopi people of North America, I have a legend. There were 3 other worlds before this, the present world. Each of these worlds was terminated by a great catastrophe. The Hopi believe that this ending will be heralded by the appearance of Sakwasama, the blue star spirit. Sakwasama will shine brighter than all of the stars in the heavens. These legends promise that one day the present world will also come to an end. And although the blue star spirit brings forth the end of this world, she also plants the seeds for the next one.
So that blue star, you all saw what the blue star looked like. Do you think that looks a little bit possibly like the galactic centre blowing up? Possibly? I think it does. So that's the bluish white light. But the Hopi didn't know that, of course, because they've got no frame of reference. So basically what I'm saying is that what the Hopi were predicting or seeing was a galactic outburst. And it wasn't just the Hopi either. We've got all these different cultures around the world that have very similar things. You can look up yourself. I won't go into them now. But all these texts talk about very similar occurrences where there's a bright light or a flame in the sky, right, that brings about a new world. Now, here's the key to all this. When a galaxy blows up, the first wave that comes out from it has got synchrotron radiation in it. It's a special type of radiation. Again, NASA knows all about this. And it's accelerated by a magnetic field emitted by the supergalactic wave, okay? That's what pushes it out in front of it, and then the blast waves behind it. But this is what comes first. The thing with synchrotron radiation, it can penetrate every single level of the visible light spectrum, okay? So everything from radio waves to infrared, visible light, ultralight. So as you can see in that picture there, visible light's just that little bit in the middle. Synchrotron radiation is the only radiation that can go over the whole spectrum, right? It's really powerful stuff. And it's just interesting that it can penetrate everything.
There will be no warning when the fourth world, will be shattered by the great fire. The myths say that the fourth world will be destroyed in order for the next world, the fifth world, to begin. These are the prophecies that have been handed down from generation to generation. They are considered the most important prophecies of these people. The Hopi prophecies say that with the coming of Sakwasama, the fourth world will come to an end.
Well.
So at least one superwave has already left the galaxy, but we don't know exactly when it's coming, okay? Because as I said, it's 23,000 light years away. I don't know how fast it travels. Does it travel faster than light, at the speed of light? I don't know. We know it's left, but we don't know when it's going to get here. But we do know that the Earth has been wiped out several times in the past by these supergalactic waves, and we've got archaeological evidence for that. I won't go through all these, but just to give you an idea, this is how many times in the past that science knows the Earth has lost 86%, 75%, 96%, 80% of all life wiped out. They don't know why, but this is why. But here's the interesting thing. You notice it wasn't 100% of life was wiped out. It was close to 100%, but not all of it. That's because what life remained evolved into new species, right? Then we have the Cambrian explosion. That's what paleontologists call it, because during this period, to give you an idea, you know, where they're digging their holes in the dirt, they find nothing, nothing, nothing. Then they get to this level, they found 13 species in a cubic metre. 13 species, all in one little box, right? That's why they call it the Cambrian explosion, because they went from no life to suddenly life coming out of the woodwork. They don't know how to explain that. But again, this synchrotron radiation explains it, because new codes were generated. Remember those codons I was talking about before, where we've got 44 that aren't turned on? Some of them got turned on, so they morphed these creatures into new creatures. Because Darwin's theory of evolution only covers very small parts of evolution, where a bird got a bigger beak or it, grew along a feather. It doesn't explain how we get dogs, cats, deers and pigs, right? It doesn't explain that at all. Trust me, I've studied this. This does explain it, because to get a dog and a cat and a pig, you have to turn on new codes. You have to write new code for it, right? It doesn't just evolve out of nothing. And that's the point I'm trying to make. So now we get on to 12-strand DNA. I'm sure a lot of you have heard of 12-strand DNA, but probably don't know exactly where it comes from. So this is Bruce Lipton. I'm a big fan of Bruce. I thought I'll get him to explain how cells work, because he'll do a better job than I can, okay?
So when I look at the surface of the cell, actually instead of being smooth, there are all these structures like antennas sticking up all over the surface and proteins built into the membrane. And that these proteins read the environment and convert that environmental signal into a behavior. Let me explain how it works. Here's the membrane. Here are two different proteins. I'm going to tell you right now, there are thousands and thousands of proteins in the cell membrane, but I can divide them into two groups. One group has antennas on it. And antennas are receivers, just like your television antenna for on top of your house before cable. When you had an antenna on the top, what was its function? To pick up a signal. And then what happened to that signal? It was transmitted down the wire to the television, and the television converted the signal into something you could see. Well, here's the point. Many of the receptors in the cell have these antennas sticking up from the cell. So if I go back, these are the antennas sticking up on the surface of the cell right here. And what they're tuned to are not television stations, they're tuned to environmental information. It might be glucose, for example. Is there sugar out there? Or histamine, is there histamine out there, which tells me to get ready for an emergency response? Or is there something like insulin, which tells me to change my metabolic pathway? For every different thing the cell
looking
can
at
see,
this, Alex, it reminds me, I already seen it.
So that means the cells are covered over the surface with antennas for everything the cell can deal with. So the signals come in and are picked up by the antenna.
There's a link for you in the back chat. You can watch it
the
later.
Behavior by the second class of proteins. There are three different kinds. Channels, which are just like olives with a hole in the middle where information can go in. Enzymes, which are proteins that cause metabolism to occur. Or cytoskeletal proteins, proteins that change the shape of the cell. So if a signal comes in, let's say a toxic signal comes in, and this is a receiver for that, and it couples to the skeleton and says, it's toxic signal, turn around and start running the other way, then this is the input and this is the output. So the proteins work in combination. Receptors receive signals. Do you have receptors? Yeah. What are the obvious ones? Eyes, ears, nose, taste, touch. Where are all your receptors located? In the skin. So you and the cell are parallel, but it doesn't look like an eye, and it doesn't look like a nose, but its function is exactly the same. It's the equivalent of an eye. If this was tuned to light, a photon of light would hit this antenna, and that cell would respond like an eye and say, I see the light. And once it sees the light, it has to convert that information, and it uses it by connecting to this, and I'm going to show you how that happens. So the input, the antenna, connects to the output, which makes the behavior. Let me explain.
Okay, so did everyone understand what he was saying then? On the cell, there's receptors. He even said there could be a receptor for light. Do you remember back to the DNA phantom effect? What did the DNA do with the photons of light? It lined up the light, didn't it? So, synchrotron radiation. So as I said before, it's created animal mutations, and 90% of all life has been wiped out, right? So it's either mutated or developed into a new species. Now we get back to emotions, how they directly affect the structure of your DNA. Because of the 64 possible codons, only 20 are turned on right now. So there's a switch that turns them off and on, right? Synchrotron radiation can penetrate all life forms. So if DNA works like an antenna for the light is the trigger to switch on or turn on all 64 codons. So everyone with me so far? Yeah? I know it's a lot to take in. This is normally a day workshop and I'm doing it in 40 minutes, okay? So depending on your vibration, fear or love will depend on how many of those sites are coded for. So if you're a fear-based person, you can see here's our strand of DNA. Where the stars hit, there's a few places where it actually hits, okay? But a love-based DNA frequency hits a lot more points on the DNA, doesn't it? So the more points that are getting hit by the synchrotron radiation, the more codon sites happen. If you max out, you get 64 of them turned on. And that's just a comparison to show you the difference between love and fear. So it means in the biological terms, it means you can code for more proteins. That's really what it means, right? So coding for more proteins, more DNA strands, that's what it does. That's just basic biology. So if the person's vibrating in love, they'll be able to activate 12 strands of DNA. So the full set of 12-strand DNA is a digital key. That's what it is. And what it is, it's designed to unlock or boot up, as I like to say, that 97% of previous junk DNA that they call junk DNA, that's actually what I call divine DNA. That's been deliberately buried into your system. I'll do questions at the end, sorry. There's divine DNA, which is basically built into the system, right? But it's been hidden until we get to a point of evolution that we can cope with it or deal with it. And because we're now heading back to the fifth dimension reality, to get into the fifth dimensional reality, you need 12-strand DNA, right? So this is the whole point of all this. And so, yeah, just as I was saying, by booting up your 12-strand DNA activates ascension. Which, I was talking about evolution before. Remember how I was saying that the past animals evolved into different creatures or different people? We are evolving into what I call as human version 2, right? We're going to become the upgraded version. So it's cosmic evolution. So basically, just to go through the conclusion. So the blue star is what triggers the amino acids. Your emotional vibration determines how many of those codes are going to get turned on. And the more amino acids you got turned on, the more strands of DNA you're going to produce. And if you produce all 12 strands of DNA, you'll automatically trigger ascension. No matter what, you just will. And this is going to be a mass event, not just one or two people. So the 12-strand DNA is required to activate your DNA and to ascend, basically. So that's the whole key to this, is living your life in a love vibration constantly. That's how you can get through this. That's how you do it. If you can maintain, you don't have to be, a guru. You don't have to be, meditating for 12 hours a day. What you have to do is live your life in a love vibration. Remember what I said before about the love vibration, what it incorporates. So it's how you interact in your life. It's how you conduct yourself in life, how you interact with other people. The relationships you have with people are the whole reason why you incarnated on this planet, right? To have relationships with other people, to work through issues. So it's how you respond to the challenges that are thrown at you determines how spiritually evolved you are. Right? So if you're someone that's reactionary, that's in the fear-based. If you're someone that has compassion and love, that's in the love vibration. Everyone get that? Right? So this is what I'm talking about.
Exactly.
So I don't want to get bogged down with this, but the powers that be know about this stuff. So they want to close it down. They want to shut it down. They think they can. So, they brought in these body scanners and 5G, which are basically designed to unzip your DNA. So let's face it, if you've got unzipped DNA, you can't trigger 12-strand DNA. You just can't. Sorry. Can you repair it? I don't know. So it's anything that's terahertz wavelength, okay? So just before I finish, I want to go through the last prophecy of Peter Durnov. A lot of you probably never heard of this guy. But when I came across this, I've been talking about ascension and things for a long time, and suddenly someone pointed me to this guy's prophecies, and I was blown away. He did this in like 1944, 1945 or something, and he's talking, literally using the words ascension, and I'll let you see for yourself. Yes, about a month before he died, he gave this last prophecy. So we'll find ourselves today at the frontier between two epochs, that of Kali Yuga and that of the new era that we are entering. The new era is that of all six races. The sixth race will be that of love. A new continent will be formed for it. It will emerge from the Pacific. Everybody will be subjugated to divine fire that will purify and prepare them in regards to the new era. I think he's describing that synchrotron radiation and then the fire that comes after it. You won't be around for the fire that comes after it, by the way, because that's why the light wave comes first. You go, everything else left gets purified by fire. Thus, man will raise himself to a superior degree of consciousness, indispensable to his entrance to the new life. That is what one understands by ascension. Some decades will pass before this fire will come that will transform the world into bringing of a new morale. Some decades will pass. So he wrote this in 1944. I think some decades have passed. This immense wave comes from cosmic space that will inundate the entire Earth. All those that attempt to oppose it will be carried off and transferred elsewhere. That's all those living in the fear-based mentality. Although the inhabitants of this planet do not find themselves at the same degree of evolution, the new wave will be felt by each and every one of us. And the reason why I talk about that, I've done talks, I've written books about soul ages. That's what he's talking about there with evolution. It's only mature and old souls that will make it through this process. And this transformation will not only touch the Earth, but the ensemble of the entire cosmos. Well, of course, because it's coming from the centre of the galaxy. The fire of which I speak that accompanies the new conditions offered to our planet will rejuvenate, purify, reconstruct everything. The matter will be refined. Your hearts will be liberated from anguish, troubles and intuitude. But the matter will be refined, meaning we're going to a fifth dimension, right? A new Earth. We're going to be on the new Earth. And this is what he's talking about. And they will become luminous. Everyone will be improved, elevated. The thoughts,
I think that's how they call
sentiments,
the
and negative acts will be consumed and destroyed. Your present life is slavery, a heavy prison. Understand your situation and liberate yourself from it. Everything that is around you will soon collapse and disappear. Nothing will be left of this civilization, nor its perversity. We're already seeing that. The entire earth will be shaken and no trace will be left of this erroneous culture that maintains men under the yoke of ignorance. The earth is now following an ascending movement and everyone should force themselves to harmonise with the currents of the ascension. Those who refuse will remain behind in evolution and must wait tens of millions of years for the coming of a new ascending wave. The Earth will soon be swept by extraordinary rapid waves of cosmic electricity. If you're in 1944, you have no concept of the galaxy and how it works, or what synchrotron radiation is, you would explain it as electricity. There's not a place on earth that is not dirtied with the human or animal blood. She must therefore submit to purification. And it's for that reason that continents will be immersed while others will surface. It is the end of an epoch. A new order will substitute the old, an order in which love will reign on earth. So just finally,
I believe so too.
Merkaba.
Eventually,
I'm just sort of throwing this in there. As I said, I've written a book
love
on how to
good
ascend
over evil
individually,
always.
personally. And one of the things I talk about there, you have to activate a Merkaba. That's 3 words, the Egyptian words. It basically means the light body is what it is, a Merkaba. And that's what it looks like, okay? 2 pyramids that are interlocked and they spin in different directions, right? And so the one thing I get asked all the time is, oh, well, you know, why isn't everyone doing it? Or where's your proof that this process is possible? Well, I'll let you in a little story. After I published that book 2 years ago, probably about 3 months after it was on Amazon, I get an email from a young lady in Portugal, and she was 24 years old, to say to me that she took a video of her sister who followed my book. They even used Google Translate, because they didn't understand it all. And they followed it religiously to the book. And she said, my sister has activated her Merkaba. This is her 2nd time. And after this, she's going to go, because that's what happens, right? You activate the Merkaba. And once you're happy with that, you then go to ascend to the 5th dimension. So she said, I'm sending you this video, and then hopefully I'm going to also go in the next 2 weeks. So I just thought I'd share this video with you. This is the original video that she sent me. In case you don't know, that's what a Merkaba looks like. It's like a light in the sky. It's a light ship. I put that in there. Remember that picture I showed you what a Merkaba looks like?
I've seen that already. At PV, we saw it. Some girl took it, and it's the same thing like that.
So anyway, I still get chills when I watch that. So this stuff is real. That's the reason why I showed you that. It's not some hocus pocus. It's not some sort of, wishful thinking. It's time to get serious. You can all see it yourself that the earth has now changed so dramatically just in the last 5 years, let alone 10 years, right? And we can all feel the shift. We can all feel something's coming. I don't know when this is going to happen, but it's going to happen. That much I do know. So I live my life personally every day now in that love vibration. So that basically concludes my talk. Thank you very much for listening. And if you've got any questions, now's the time.
Cool.
That's
All about
awesome.
the love.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
All
With the
about the love.
scientist?
I've seen that video already, but it's awesome.
Never saw that before, but that was interesting. Nonetheless, very deep. And a lot of things I totally agree with. Exactly. That love vibration.
Alex, that link I gave in the back chat, it's the Hopi's prophecy too. It's about the two paths that they talk about. Look at it. It's a 45-minute video, but it's an awesome one that you can see. You'll enjoy it.
Okay.
It's about the two paths.
All right. Yeah, I will check it out.
Big up
Yes.
to the chat, everybody. Blessings.
Yeah, blessings to everybody here. Yes. Hey, you know what's the time now here? 144.
Oh.
Oh shit. That's not a good number for a lot of things.
Oh, I see it as the light
It's
warrior that
okay.
people
Yeah, you can use it's all about intention though. Yeah,
exactly.
you got good intention. You got good intention.
Also,
Yeah,
it
man.
could stand for
1044.
one. Yeah, well, I also could stand like 1,440. Wait, 1,000. What'd you say? 1,044?
144.
144,000.
Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, right?
You're talking about the
The
what
sign.
is in the
You're
Bible.
in, man. You're in.
Yeah. Oh, I have this right
Well,
here. It's in the Bible.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah. That's confirmation Alex is in.
no,
Hmm.
but that's the thing. It's not only in the Bible, it's also written in the Emerald Tablet about the 144,000.
Mm.
Wow, I didn't know.
So I heard there's stories, there's two ways. There's either 144,000 but multiplied by 13, I think, and then multiplied by 2. That's the correct number. Or is
Yeah.
just all the chakras in our body equal to 144,000,
Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting.
which we activating all the codons. And what he was saying about the codons with the 64, that's I was saying that they did experiment with children that were being born that because we all, well, I think, yeah, most of us, I'm pretty sure, if you're not getting sick, then you have more codons activated in your DNA. Well, there were
Mm.
children born with more codes activated. They had 22, 24, 26 or more activated. I think they had 22 or 24 around that, not more than 30. But they had more activated. And they inject these children with virus, AIDS, cancer cells, and these children
Yeah.
weren't affected. They weren't affected. They didn't affect them. They were like vibrated at a higher frequency that the man-made stuff weren't affecting them. And a quote of that school where they tried the experiment was at UCLA,
Sounds like
and they say we are
UCLA.
on
Wow.
yeah, and
Mm.
they said we are quote of them. We are on verge of calling this immortality. Now the question
Yeah.
comes with the guy what was talking in the presentation. He was talking about the codons, which we had 44 deactivated. Now the question is, if we have all of them activated, what is our ability then? Which is what is gonna come with the Hopia saying is the blue Kachina,
Yeah.
which he got is
Yeah.
the
Sheesh, man.
synchro radiation that's coming, explosion that already happened. That already happened. So we don't know when it's gonna arrive, but it's on their way, and that is gonna come and activate the DNA. Now, if you're living in love, all of it is gonna be activated. If you're living in fear, it's not gonna be activated. You're gonna go somewhere else to another third density.
Hmm.
So we have that.
Yeah. Crazy.
We live in an interesting time. We all asked to
Yeah.
be here.
Very
Uh,
interesting time. And yeah.
Oh yeah, could be
Yeah.
Trace 26 too, and they weren't affected. One way meditation, raise, living in love, higher frequency, you can activate them, your
Yeah.
codon. And the more you activate, yeah, then man-made stuff are not gonna affect you. I don't think then the 5G is gonna affect you or not nothing negative because you're too on a higher frequency. The low frequency
Yeah.
cannot
High
match it,
vibe.
so it's not gonna affect you. It's not gonna match. It's too high.
Just like we were here just before, like talking about staying on the high vibration, that low vibration. That's totally the things that's all I understand really fully 100%. That's what it's about. It's those different energies come around, just positive and
Yeah,
negative. We gotta try to be the positive as best as
Yeah.
possible. It's in all of us. It's in all of us, folks, whether
If
you
there
like it or not.
if there's one negative vibe, it rubs off to all of us.
Yeah, it can.
energy are
And
contagious.
also, of course, learning how to deal with those negative vibes coming your way. You know,
Right.
we don't have to take it. Knowing you're strong enough, you
Yeah.
don't have to absorb it. You can filter it out, process it, but it doesn't have to be something that can bring you
Yeah,
down because
Yeah.
you're already where you're at. So,
yeah, knowing when to walk away also.
yep,
Don't engage to
totally,
bring your energy, protect
totally.
yourself, your energy. Grounding is important.
Yeah.
I
So,
gotta
like,
do grounding more.
yeah, I walk a lot of times I walk barefoot. My mother said it's not good
That's
because
good,
your feet
man.
will grow. Your
That's
feet will
good.
grow too big. That's what they say
It
here.
doesn't. It doesn't grow.
No, it grow. It become you get big foot if you walk
Bigfoot.
barefoot.
Really?
Mm.
I walked on the ground since I was little. I
It's
still do, and my feet are
honest.
small and tiny.
Honestly,
No,
It's strange.
yeah, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make
mm,
sense.
It's strange.
to tell you the truth, though, we shouldn't even be having shoes at all. But it's just we've been accustomed to
Oh
it.
yeah.
Our feet naturally shouldn't have. Well,
Well,
we don't. There's a lot of problems with shoes and stuff, and how it affects our
Yeah,
actual feet. And we get a lot of problems just because it's not fully natural.
but
We
it's
should have our feet sprawled out, not
yeah.
crunched up in a little shoe at the tip. Our toes should be sprawled out a little bit. That's how.
But we
So
should be walking on the ground barefooted. With
yeah, exactly
Mother
that.
Earth.
S-
Grandmother.
Yeah, with
yeah.
toes free,
Mhm.
spread
Don't
basically.
don't
It looks
don't
weird,
try
but
that
that's
in
how
the
we're
city,
supposed to
y'all.
be walking.
What?
And don't try that in the city.
Oh.
Yeah. No
No,
way.
it's happening. Shit. Yeah.
Definitely not
Just a
in San
disclaimer.
Francisco.
But then you cannot ground. The whole place is cement. You cannot, touching. You touching cement.
Anything,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Well,
Funny you mentioned that because they changed also with the shoes that all of them are like plastic. I don't know
yeah.
what they
Yeah. Yeah.
the native used leather, right? Was that better a connection with earth due to leather compared to plastic?
I
Uh-huh.
don't know.
Hmm. I know they're making hemp shoes now. There's
Oh
hemp
yeah,
shoes.
hemp is like, I mean, it should have been that way the whole time. We obviously know they couldn't handle
Yeah.
the fact that well, the influences that pretty much took over all industry, like oil, um, also took over and hid the fact that hemp could be the source of everything that we really needed: fabrics, to clothing, to oil, to energy. I mean, on and on and on.
No, you're right. Hemp
Those
is the
evil
future.
fucks. Yeah.
Um, you can get the seeds, the omega seeds out of it. That's very good. Wood,
Yep.
clothing,
Yep. Clean energy.
o- oil. Yeah. What's called Henry Ford? He built
Yep.
a Ford car, completely out of hemp. Completely out of
Yep.
hemp.
Yep. But those guys shut him down.
Yeah, yeah. I think he was Yeah, he was definitely an insider because a
He
quote from him,
was.
he
Mm.
says, if the people really knew how the economic system work, there will be a revolution by tomorrow morning. That's what he said.
And eventually he was catching on to a lot of really innovative stuff that was like electric cars, too, of course. Um, and
Well,
running stuff on vegetable oil and things like that. But they didn't want that to happen, so they fucking had to eventually take him out and take it over. That's what they
Yeah,
did.
everything in this world got hijacked. I see.
Yeah.
Because the electrical cars is actually, if I look at it, it could be better than the combustion engine, but you're dependent on the battery. And I know there's
Mm-hmm.
technology
They,
out there. I know too that the electrical car would one would produce its own energy and the other one is running on radio frequency. So you don't have to plug it anywhere. You could just run with it the whole day without plugging. But
yeah,
they don't want
be a
that. That
big
that
problem for them.
that technology is gonna come out.
Yeah, I believe
Oh,
so too.
they're
Yeah.
expensive. To replace the battery, they're expensive.
Oh yeah, actually,
Yeah, it's
Forty
really
yes.
thousand.
expensive.
What I understand, the because they want they're pushing the electrical car, right? But
Mhm.
the building of the battery, it does more damage to the environment than a combustion engine.
Yeah, the whole process of extracting those um, precious metals and things, and they're using diesel fuel, gasoline. I mean, come on,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
all over the
Mhm.
the whole process
So
of that is just really
on oil.
not as clean as they say it is, obviously, but they don't really tell the majority or the normies about that. So just trying to push. What's the word? It's not really sustainable at the moment. No, it's not sustainable. It's not realistic. The infrastructure is not there. Um, yeah, and it's really deep down with the numbers. Yeah, it's not really even any cleaner. It might actually be. It's probably even worse for the environment than they're saying.
No, it is. But they wanted way to control it. I don't know if where you are they introducing because you live in a liberal state.
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you,
I mean,
Mhm.
I see Teslas everywhere.
but
For
are they
instance,
introducing the 15-minute city there?
no, well, not that I know of.
Oh,
We're already
I
pretty
don't.
much a 15-minute city in a sense, but that's just pretty much, I guess, every kind of American city nowadays in a way.
Hmm.
But I can't complain too much, honestly, man.
Have you
I
guys
feel
heard?
like since I
Have you
do
guys?
know kind of what's going on, I can navigate around the bullshit more than others, and
That's good.
I'm supposed to be where I'm at. I guess I still have
Yep.
my parents close by,
Yeah.
like a mile away or so, and so I have family close by, and I feel like maybe I'm just supposed to be around where I'm at to
Mhm.
eventually help my parents out if needed.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I don't know.
Have you all heard of Nigel Cheese?
Natural
From
cheese.
Y'all know who that is?
Nigel
from
who?
U from UK?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's from the UK.
Oh,
Nigel
Yeah, I know.
Cheese.
Nigel. Nigel.
Ni- oh, not Nigel Farage, the politician.
Yeah, I don't think I've
No,
heard.
not Nigel Cheese.
Cheese.
He used to work in one of the military factions in the UK, and he found well, what he did was he took like very powerful magnets, like neodymium magnets, just little round magnets, and he put a small layer of, I believe it was copper and tin, one layer of copper and one layer of tin, a magnet, a layer of copper, a layer of tin magnet, and he powered his phone off of that.
Hmm.
And he claims that he can make even bigger batteries that never run out, because everywhere you have a magnetic field, perpendicular to it is an electrical field, and vice versa. So he's using the magnet itself to produce an electric field. I haven't tried it personally, so I don't know if it actually works. He's got a lot of compelling videos that
That's interesting.
show that
Yeah, that's pretty
his
interesting
battery
shit.
actually works.
Yeah, I know they found a type of crystal in Africa. I think it was like a black smoky crystal. When they put the LED light on it, the LED light went on.
LED.
Yeah, yes, LED.
Yeah, really.
Well,
Yeah.
the interesting thing about Nigel's method is he could actually grab hold of the wires and become part of the circuit without electrocuting himself. It was clean electricity.
That's cool.
Yeah, very interesting.
And he's still on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's still on YouTube.
Yeah, I had similar
I
ideas
just
into
did a
that.
search and two of his videos come up.
That's interesting to see how he did it. I have
Betty Bitty
few
interesting. Betty.
prototypes.
Betty
Do you have a link, Jason?
interesting.
I can get a link. Yeah, let's see.
Put the link in the pink. Why not you?
What an interesting topics today. Awesome.
All sorts of things. They all blend together, though, right?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
They really do.
the
Everything
link
is
I can
connected.
ties my client to it.
Yeah.
So it would be a link for a tablet, Android, Samsung.
Oh.
But if you just type Nigel Cheese into YouTube, you can find his videos.
Okay. Nigel Cheese. I'm gonna check it out.
I'll put his name
Go!
in the chat. All right.
Did you put it?
Yep, it's there.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
I
welcome,
do.
Lobo.
Yeah, love ball. Cheers.
Yeah, blessings, everybody.
Today
Yeah,
is my
well,
Saturday.
Is it?
you
Yeah.
don't work tomorrow? You off tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow. So tomorrow's today is my Sunday.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Friday is your Sunday.
Yeah. It'll be fun though to wail it out, sing some songs later tonight. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You got new songs?
New songs?
I
Not that I know of. Maybe Cat's Eye says. Maybe you do. Maybe Jason.
I've learned
Hmm.
okay, some of Kid Rock, some a bunch of oldies, country. All this week I've learned a lot of songs.
Cool.
But
Yeah,
I say one more.
I was learning some songs, but my voice doesn't work on
Yeah,
Friday nights for some reason.
right.
Oh, it's only Friday, right? Yeah. Too bad we
Yeah.
don't do it on Monday nights. That's when he can sing like Sinatra, I bet.
Yeah.
I know, Ken. We should.
Too bad. It's okay. We understand.
No, I can't play music from my tablet, and I get a good bit of lag here, so
No, you know.
it would
No
not
problem,
be
man.
good.
No problem.
No, I can see you drop out like 2-3 times on this stream today. So yeah, I
Yeah,
will
but
say that.
I think that was my fault tonight. I think I did the stupid.
Are you
Well,
clicking the
It
wrong
happened.
button?
we've all
It
done it
happened.
before. No problem, man.
Yep.
It happens.
Yeah, Casey says, yeah, we gotta get Jason to sing.
Hey, Jason, you gotta sing.
Yep, Jason, and then hopefully Trace will step up and love ball next too.
Oh, that's a
gonna be
challenge
good.
from Bamboo to love ball and trade.
Well, you know, it's an open invitation. You
As
know,
long as it gets the pressure off me, I'm all about it.
it's always
It
been
belongs
like
to
that.
you too. It's all you three. You're not gonna wait.
Yeah. Yeah.
One day, one day.
Yep.
Mm.
Mhm.
What about saying you can push on the person's channel now in your chat? Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you're a
Oh
moderator,
yeah.
you can click on
Well,
people's channel.
it sucks.
Oh yeah.
It used to be real easy. It used to be anybody you can just click on them and go right to their channel, but they
Right.
changed that a couple years ago.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So
Yeah.
they used to make it real easy for everybody to connect, but nope.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And
They
only
took
now
it
you
out.
can do it if you're a mod. You can
Yep.
go.
Yeah, that's the only real way you can get anybody on if you're a mod.
Yep.
Pretty messed up, these punks.
They're always
Yeah.
changing.
Always changing it. They're so scared of the truth. It's pathetic.
Yep.
Hmm.
But it was very interesting today. I told you, Alex.
Oh yes, it was very cool.
Mm.
Everybody had a point of view. The chat shit. Bamboo also joined. Yeah, it was cool. We
Oh,
should
this
do it
stream,
more.
yeah. I know I missed
Yeah,
a lot, but
no, we should do it one more time. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
yeah, you should do this. You should probably try to make it a thing, like once a week or Cat's
On
ass,
Thursdays, yeah.
or
I
Sundays
used
would be good too.
that too. I used to do it a
Sundays,
lot.
there's a void there. Like we need somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'm off Mondays. So
I
yeah.
don't know. Yeah,
oh
But
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a peaceful chatting place.
Yeah.
indeed, indeed, and it comes from you because you bring out that vibe. You and Jason, and we got a good group of
Yeah.
people in this
Yeah, we
community.
do.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
vibration.
Casey says Sunday is a good day. Tracy says act, SpaceX, life now. Lol, SpaceX.
Yeah, Sunday will be awesome, man. I when I put 7 o'clock today, and I looked at my time, and it says an hour still. I'm saying, wait a minute, I forgot they changed time, right?
oh yeah,
And I thought it was 6 o'clock my time. I had to
it
ask Jason.
snuck up on
Jason,
you, huh?
yeah, and
Yeah,
Jason goes, "No, you're fine." I said, "Okay," and just making sure
yeah. Make them wait, you know.
because I didn't want to. No, I didn't want Alex to wait.
Oh yeah,
Lol. Nah,
yeah.
I was right on time. Yay.
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, we could talk
Well,
about any topics, Bamboo, that you know a lot, and you
Well,
know,
I just
you,
dabbled in a little generalities on a lot of things, but
well, you're more into history, so
yeah, I know. Oh, well.
it's
Yeah,
something.
I guess so. That's true.
And cryptids. You missed the
Cryptids. I
cryptid
love
talk.
cryptid stuff. I
Yeah,
love
you
talking
missed
yeah,
the
me
about
too.
that
cryptid
kind of
talk.
stuff.
Yeah, I can
And
talk about cryptics.
yeah,
Hey,
Yeah.
Dudley. Blessing.
and I know you
Hi,
guys
Tatler.
know a little bit here and there too. So
Yeah.
even in that subject, we all have something to offer. Just our perspective, what we've heard, what we
Right.
believe, what we maybe we've had an experience here and there too.
Hmm.
From
It's really
aliens
good to
to little people, everything in
yeah.
between.
It's good to have y'all on here because I've never studied cryptids too much, and I don't do numerology or astrology. So
Okay, yeah, cool, man.
yeah,
So it all
That's
comes
something.
together. It all
It all
connects.
does come together. Yeah, it is all connected.
Now, now we need Kimba up here to give
Yeah,
her
we need
point.
Kim.
She's
I
a
think
Cherokee. So
Yeah,
Kimber
Kimba
will
will
join
be.
us for sure.
you hear that, Kimba?
Uh,
I
Hopefully,
think
she'll
Kimba
hear
does.
this somewhere.
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I think she was getting tired or something earlier, but she should have came up. But she should. Yeah, it'd be good to have her up here too. She'd fit
Yeah.
right in.
It doesn't
well,
hurt to give your opinion.
you know, Yeah, each has his own perspective, all come into one.
No,
I
I
see
think
Yes,
it's
Chit.
Cassie,
yeah.
I agree. Cassie goes, great minds think better when put together. Together.
We got to get Casey up here too. It's Cherokee.
Yeah, Casey and
Oh
Mary.
yeah.
Maybe yeah,
Kimberly
Casey
is
and Mary,
Cree.
everybody, good people. And yeah, I mean that's the only way we can bet to grow a little bit. If you don't agree with somebody, you don't then talk it out. Understand why.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and if they don't want to talk, just walk away then.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That way in the easy. Look at
Mary,
that.
what is this your other account?
I haven't seen that way
Oh,
in a while. Cheers.
oh yeah, Mary. Yeah, her other account. Oh
Okay.
yeah, hey, I sent 3 links to cryptic channels, like what lurks beneath, and I think Lily Thread. Um, I think she. What do you think now? Do you think cryptics exist? I know Bamboo does think they
Oh
exist.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, now, Therese, do you think they exist? I know what people think that the cryptic exist. Oh, we leave that for another time.
Oh, who are you asking?
Yeah, everybody.
Oh, I don't
Uh,
know.
oh
I think
well.
they do.
Well, I
It's a good
totally see
topic
for
though.
sure. Yeah.
I don't mind.
I'd just say there's no doubt. The thing is, the understanding what they might be and how many different types and where they came from. That's the hard part. That it's trying to understand that. Another thing is the whole that whole subject. At least with like Bigfoot or Dogman, there is a lot of infighting and there's a lot of competition and there's frauds out there. So too much ego is going on in the whole subject in general, and so if you're ever looking into it, you kind of have to go in slow, take a wide scope, try to take in everything you can, and not take it too seriously at first. But I mean, there's a lot of frauds out there for sure.
Hmm.
Every subject
Okay.
they're hiding from us, it's the same. But
See, doing research for me, and Jason knows this, I go but what I see through the spirit. It takes me to things to know and to be ready for things that coming. But I feel that the internet is a double sword, right? It's good and it's bad.
yep.
And a lot of times you need that you need to know the truth, the good things, and not the bad things. But unfortunately people listen to the bad things, right? But
Yeah.
yeah.
I I'll just say real quick to just jump right on what you just said. I think all that really matters internally, or I mean, just overall, all that matters is what you know. But the thing is, like, yeah, it could be good or bad, or using our technology and stuff and social media,
Yeah.
but it's all about intention. If you have a good intention, that's all that matters.
Yep.
We know people are using the same thing for the worst things, but as long as you know you're having good intention, that's all that matters. Otherwise, it's gonna come back to you.
Yep. I like to research.
Intention.
I agree.
I like to. Jason and I research a lot. I like it. It's a challenge for me and seeing the truth out there. What
Yeah.
grandfather lets me see, and what I tell
Oh,
Jason all the time when it's grandfather speaking to my heart, which is his spirit, his energy. I always have to wait for a confirmation, and I'm 99.9% when it does come to me, right, Jason? And so it's a thing that I have a gift, very easy gift that he gave
you
me.
do. We all have
And
that gift, and you have your
mhm,
gifts, and that's. I
we all
love doing
do.
research too. It's kind of fun here and there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it is
is.
fun.
It does
It's
take a lot of work, and I'm kind of lazy here and there, but like there's a lot of I've accumulated over time. We all have, so I mean, like we all have our good perspective, but it's like it seems like people like us, like we're on the same wavelength, so to speak. We understand kind
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
the wave and flow of what's going on right now. It's awesome that you do these that you're doing this live right now. It's cool.
Mm.
Good vibes.
Oh yeah.
Good exchange of perspective.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
indeed.
Maybe next time, because there's a lot to talk about. Maybe next time we can talk. Go into
Yeah,
the.
go
Yeah,
on
Uh,
and on.
Alex hasn't slept for how many days, Alex?
Oh, you
I
can't
think
sleep
so
again.
now.
All right, you got to
Yeah.
get some sleep, man.
Yeah.
Before
I
you go
think so.
sing tomorrow night or tonight, got to get
Oh
a
yeah.
couple
Later
hours
today.
in, man.
Yeah. Later
That's what
today.
Maybe
I told Alex a few days ago. Make sure you get some sleep for Thursday. He still
what can
hasn't
make you go to
slept.
sleep? I don't know.
Well, yeah. No. When I go on the bed now, I
I'll
just
probably
crash.
sleep.
I
Maybe
gone.
some tea.
You're gone.
Yeah. Now it's just gone.
Yeah.
No, it's all good.
Yeah.
I get that too, man. Sometimes I just get a lot of anxiety and like I can't really sleep. I should be going to bed, but like I got so many thoughts in my head and just laying
Yeah.
down, like I never really fully get into the full sleep. You know what I mean?
I'm like you. I'm the
I
same
hate
way.
that.
Yeah. It's
I
good. It's
get,
just I'm feeling just high energy these days,
It
yeah.
and
happens.
I'm doing research, looking at stuff.
I used to
That's
be
it.
like that, Alex. Stay up because my mind was constantly. And I said, I
Yeah,
gotta get some sleep. Ask Jason.
exactly.
I hardly don't sleep much.
Worried about work and family and
Yeah.
job and all these things.
Yeah.
Money just racing through your head, right?
Right.
That's how it was. That's how I get it sometimes too.
But when I do sleep, I get up at 3 because that's when grandfather talks to me.
3 a.m. Wow,
Yeah,
that's
between 3
early.
and 5, he always wakes me up. That's why I'm always up because I know that's our quiet time basically with him.
That's early. Wow.
Hmm.
Well, early to bed, early to rise makes a person healthy, wealthy, and wise.
Yeah. But
All
you
right.
guys be ready for singing tomorrow?
Oh yeah.
I'll definitely be ready. I don't know what I'm gonna sing though. It'll maybe hit me
At the end.
sometime around there.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe I'll check around. Probably not, but a little bit of rap, some reggae, and maybe some rock.
I
I'll
was
say
trying to learn 2 reggae,
that.
2, and I
Yeah,
think I could do 1.
I'm
I'm
sure
not
you
sure
could.
yet. I'm not sure.
Just say you can do it and just give it a try.
Yeah, I was thinking of it. So yeah, it's gonna be
Yeah,
awesome
and
tomorrow.
just like you don't necessarily have to sing at their tone and level they're at. So if
Yeah.
you can't reach it, just do it your own style.
Yep.
Cat
I hear
size
you.
cover or Alex Gondaman
Hmm?
cover or a bamboo cover.
Yeah.
Oh
It's,
yeah, man.
Yeah,
I'm
just
gonna
do
do a
it your own
cover
way.
remix. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, cat
I'll do
size.
some
This was.
rap. I'll do a little reggae and maybe country and rock. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
Get four,
different.
four or five good ones in there.
I'm gonna try something different.
I have 4 Kid Rock. Um, who else? I got some more of what's her name? Some ladies. I forgot who they were, and a lot of oldies, the RB ones.
Maybe I'll go back to the oldies too. Like I love
Yeah.
the oldies. Damn.
Yeah, yeah, Trace, I'm crashing down. My brain cannot handle anymore. I need to
You
go to
guys are
bed.
all awesome, kind.
But
Yeah.
Catside, this was wonderful. Jason,
Yeah,
Tabu,
totally.
Yeah,
yeah,
thank you
thank
very
Yeah.
you.
Well.
much.
Let me know if you do it next week. I'll be there.
Yeah.
So
All right. Sunday.
yeah,
Every
All right.
Thursday, every Sunday. Or this Sunday too. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Why
Oh
not?
yeah, this Sunday. Oh yeah,
Because we
today's
could talk
Friday.
about everything and
Yeah.
we're all on the same vibe. So it's like,
Right. Exactly.
man, you could just go
Yeah.
live, cat's eyes, and we'll find that flow, no doubt.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Totally, all sorts of things, But it's all connected. And it's all everything we're about too, which is cool. Same with
Yeah.
the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Same with this
thank
one.
everybody for coming and supporting, but also listening
Yeah,
to
thank
what
you
the prophecy is
very
about.
much.
That's my main goal was the prophecy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Mm.
Yeah, that was wonderful. I hope that people can learn something from it.
I don't know why I'm
And I hope
laughing, but
you,
it's good to laugh. So it's a great time, everybody.
yeah, laughing is good.
Yeah, I
No fear,
know.
live in love. Hey, I'm crashing down. I'm gonna talk with you
You
all
better
tomorrow.
go.
Yeah, I'm crashing.
I'll
Have a
see you
wonderful
guys
day. I'll see you
tomorrow.
all
Thanks,
tomorrow.
Alex.
All
All
right.
right.
See you.
Good
I'll
night.
see you guys tomorrow at the Man's man. We'll sing it out. Thank you,
All
Cat
right,
Size. Thank you,
Grandpa.
Jason. Thank you, everybody in
Well,
chat. Love you guys. Peace and
thanks,
blessings.
Grandpa.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right. Well, everyone, good night, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. You know where. Anyways, good night, you all. I gotta end it.